demonstrates that year to year in these white bars, this is LaCrosse encephalitis that meets case definition. And if you compare that to our sort of next common endemic arboviral disease, which would be West Nile, we have about 4 to 1 cases of LaCrosse to West Nile. This is a little tricky in that we are only measuring neuroinvasive diseases, so we don't really count West Nile fever. But take-home message is LaCrosse really is our largest burden of disease, and it's fairly concentrated in the mountains of Western North Carolina and predominantly demonstrated in the pediatric population. This virus gets its name from where it was initially isolated in LaCrosse, Wisconsin. Back in the early 1960s, the virus was isolated from the brain matter of a young girl that died from what was thought of at the time to be summer encephalitis. The etiologic agent is a bunya virus. It's a segmented RNA virus in the California serogroup. And for all practical purposes, the only way you can get exposed or to this virus is really through the bite of a mosquito. That's barring lab accidents, and there's one publication about perhaps some in utero exposure, but again, for practical purposes, it's through the bite of a mosquito. And for many years, we've really focused on this native mosquito, Aedes triceratus, or the eastern treehole mosquito. But over the last couple of decades, we've seen emerging evidence that we should pay attention to a couple of accessory invasive mosquitoes, such as Aedes albopictus and Aedes japonicus. Even in modern times across the nation, LaCrosse virus remains the most common cause of arboviral encephalitis for children. Prior to the introduction of West Nile, LaCrosse was year to year often the most common endemic arbovirus that occurred. So I set the ground here to say that this disease is very similar to others endemic arboviruses in North America, and that there really is no treatment for it acutely. There's no specific antiviral treatment when a child's in the hospital. There's no vaccine to prevent it. Really, care is supportive in the hospital. And thus, our job from a mosquito control perspective really falls in line in terms of thinking of treatment as prevention is the cure, because it's no Nobel Prize secret, but if you don't get bit by a mosquito, you won't get LaCrosse encephalitis. What's been tough is that you saw that on average, we probably have between 8 and 15 cases that meet case definition a year in Western North Carolina. But what's not as easy to see is that the economic and social impacts of this disease can be fairly high. There's a nice study done in the early 2000s by Todd Utz out of NC State, demonstrating that maybe one of the take homes here is that for cases that have long or lifelong neurologic sequelae, that these individuals can actually have a lifelong burden in the millions and millions of dollars. And this was a really unfortunate case in that this individual as a child was admitted essentially to a long-term care facility because of the rehabilitative needs that the child needed. But we tend to, and if you've listened to any news in the last year about discussions about mortality rates and things like that, maybe of COVID-19, you recognize that looking at death alone is probably not indicative of the overall burdens of these types of diseases. And that's especially true in Western North Carolina, which is very rural. And a child may recover from a disease, from West Nile, from LaCrosse, and then need follow-up care with a pediatric neurologist or follow-up care with a pediatric physical therapist. And those types of resources aren't really next door. They're not easy to get to. In some instances, people have to travel over a couple hours. So this is time off work for the family, traveling expenses, and all that stuff on top of the actual costs of medical care. And so these numbers sort of stack up. So we've tended to, we're really trying to appreciate this disease in terms of its overall impacts. If you look at sort of the classic disease ecology and disease symptomology, one of the things to look at is there's a lot of similarities to other arboviruses, sort of not an unusual incubation period, classic symptoms such as fever, headache, vomiting, fatigue, and lethargy. But what's different here is that most neuroinvasive disease actually occurs in the pediatric population. And again, fatal cases are rare. you know, if you look at sort of a collection of studies, somewhere between 0.5% and 1.9%. But again, I think we appreciate the idea of large numbers, which fortunately for LaCrosse, you know, the underlying denominator here is much, much smaller than other things we're living through in today's world. The neurologic sequelae can vary in terms of duration, severity. Many cases are completely, or at least from a physical perspective, recognized to recover within weeks after the hospital course. But other cases have recurrent seizures, partial paralysis, cognitive and neurobehavioral abnormalities that can last for them and last for a long time and impact them in their work duties or school duties and quality of life. So this is JJ. Many years, I mean, probably 5, 6 years ago, I wouldn't have put up a photo of a child like this, but JJ's mom is adamant that we share this. This is, you know, a Facebook photo. It's also been in the news. So this is out there in the public domain, but just to kind of give you an idea of what LaCrosse encephalitis looks like acutely for this kid who was just a few days earlier playing in his backyard, is now admitted to a pediatric intensive care unit. He's on a ventilator, so he's intubated. He has a tube in his nose that's going into his stomach to feed him temporarily. He's receiving around-the-clock care. That tube that you see in his skull is unaffectionately called a bolt by the neurotrauma folks, but it is it's invasive neurologic monitor so that they can watch pressures within the skull and then also maybe even at times pull off fluid to help control brain swelling. That's one of the challenges of this disease, and that in spite of the care being supportive, it's actually truly intensive care. And again, after the hospital course, here's JJ in sort of rehabilitation. But JJ lived in a rural community in Western North Carolina, but had to travel all the way to Charlotte to get the appropriate care that he needed. And this is sort of demonstrating the idea that, you know, his battle's not over once he leaves the hospital. So he's got a gait belt on his chest here where they're helping him work with walking. And then he's clearly having to work back towards developing some good fine motor skills here also. So maybe that gives you an idea a little bit about what we should be thinking about when it comes to the burden of this disease. So I said that this is really a North Carolina phenomenon, or a primary North Carolina phenomenon. It's found throughout Appalachia and upper Midwest, but even when you look in the state of North Carolina, although it may be our most common endemic disease, the highest cumulative incidence rate of this disease is really clustered in the mountains in these western counties. This yellow county is Haywood, right beside Buncombe County, and that's where Asheville is. And I'm located, my university is here in Jackson County. So these are the counties that over time have seen more cases based on an underlying population. But if you look across the state, you'll see that there's evidence of LaCrosse in counties all the way to the coast. And in most instances, these are individuals that have traveled to the mountains, children that have traveled to the mountains, sometimes for summer camp. There's a lot of summer camps in the mountains. Sometimes it's just for hiking and visiting, or visiting the Great Smokies or what have you, but they go home, they become ill when they're home, and these cases are reported epidemiologically based on county of residence. But that's not the entire story, because there are cases that have no travel history. They're very rare. We don't know exactly what's going on with those. It could be LaCrosse, but it could also be something like Jamestown Canyon virus, or another closely related Bunya virus. So this idea of a tree hole mosquito really kind of brings home this point that in Western North Carolina, it's heavily wooded, many thousands of acres of Forest Service and Forest Service property and land. And then as homeowners, it's sort of an appreciation for keeping forest and being in the mountains and enjoying these hardwood trees in particular. And so there's an inherent perhaps background risk for the abundance of the tree hole mosquito, Aedes triceriatus. And just gives you an idea at one LaCrosse site what a tree hole may look like. It may be something that a residence owner or house owner has never even paid attention to, but this is an active tree hole. This is a tree hole with Aedes tricereatus, the eastern treehole mosquito. Sometimes these tree holes are very different. They can be, this is one at the base of a black gum tree. And to give you an idea of scale, you can slide your hand through that opening. You'll scrape your knuckles as you go through, but you can get your hand in there flat and put a hose. And then, depending on the time of the year with this particular tree hole, you can withdraw a couple of gallons worth of water out of that tree hole. And over the year, we've noticed that this particular tree hole can have a kind of plethora of different mosquitoes, including our primary vector, Aedes tricereatus, but also these accessory or secondary vectors, Aedes albopictus and Aedes japonicus, two invasive species that that have been implicated in transmission of LaCrosse to some degree, perhaps a lesser degree. So this gives you an idea of perhaps maybe what background risk might look like in Western North Carolina, and it's an inherent part of being in our place. But what's not necessarily inherent is this challenge here. And I think if you've worked in mosquito control for more than 2 days, you've run into this issue where what we do as humans can maybe increase our own risk. And so this is another LaCrosse case residence. Give you an idea, I took this picture back before I had an iPhone, but if I had an iPhone and could do the panoramic shot, it would look all the way, it would look the same or very similar in that whole panoramic shot. So of course, tires are sort of hotel Hiltons for these container inhabiting Aedes also. So there are things that we might do as humans, these sort of anthropogenic effects that we're concerned about that might increase risk around the house. That prior photo is one that sometimes we have to get assistance from Public Works or solid waste management and help homeowners address these issues, because they're sometimes they occur over years and years and years and are not an immediate easy fix for them. They can be overwhelming. Other times residents may not look obvious in terms of its perhaps what's contributing to that disease. And I say all this to say we're working on the assumption that children spend more time outside at their residence than they do perhaps anywhere else, and that in some instances may not be a valid assumption, but we're particularly interested in the residence, in the household, and you'll see some more evidence of that here in a bit. But in this case, this is a fairly, in terms of a premise index or a container index, this was a yard that didn't have any really obvious super glaring issues, but here's an old fence post that was holding water, and got over 50 albopictus larvae out of there. So it just demonstrates the challenge with keeping a backyard free of mosquitoes. One of the things we've been interested in for some time is this idea of, well, what's this background risk of LaCrosse because we live in Western North Carolina, and how does that relate to what homeowners may do at their house that may increase their risk or decrease their risk? And so that's some of our ongoing work. And this particular study here, I'd like you to focus on to the right here where it says Aedes tricereatus. Remember, this is our primary LaCrosse vector. So this idea of low and high here, this really is for all practical purposes a measure of container abundance at these residences, but we kind of couched it into this idea of maybe even anthropogenic disturbance at a micro scale. Or so what are humans doing to kind of change things up around their yard, or is that a disturbance event to the yard by adding containers? And so right here where it says low, this is sort of ideal, right? That you don't have as many containers, both in particular artificial containers in a yard or residence. And what we did is we compared a residence where there were known LaCrosse cases. This is a known LaCrosse residence. And we compared that to a matched forest plot nearby, outside the range of the flight of the mosquito, a typical range of flight of these container mosquitoes. So this is what we should expect here in the blue, where in the forested environment, you have an inherent level of mosquitoes. And we measured, in this study, we measured oviposition, we measured through Nash aspirating, resting mosquitoes. And so in this particular graph, you're looking at egg abundance over time. This was a repeated measures sort of analysis. And if you look here, this is what we expect. More eggs in the forested environment, sort of that there's inherent risk, right? There's inherent abundance of these tree hole mosquitoes and other invasives. And then here around the house or in the peridomestic environment, that level's lower, right? So that's kind of what we maybe would expect. When the number of artificial containers have increased, or that sort of human effect, anthropogenic effects, is higher, what you see is that the number of eggs increases in the peridomestic environment or at the house. And so what you can kind of think about it, maybe a way to think about it is that when you have these artificial containers, you are essentially making the yard like a uber forest. Well, you probably shouldn't say uber in today's world, like a super forest maybe, right? So as a super forest. So you're increasing the number of eggs in the forest also, but you're increasing them around the house, which sees the bigger relative change. We saw similar trends also in terms of gravid females and blood-fed females, and where there was a shift to that peridomestic environment based on habitat type. We can't really say much that year about Albopictus. For whatever reason, that was a low Albopictus year, and the shift in those trends for Japonicus weren't quite, significant, but maybe a little bit revealing. Just a reminder that this particular disease system is complex. So we have not really a reservoir cycle, but what's called a amplifying cycle with these daytime active squirrels and chipmunks, these small mammals, and then uninfected mosquito may feed on an infected chipmunk or squirrel, then become viremic, and then it can feed on a human or dead-end host. That virus is not going to persist beyond us in any meaningful way. But what's really important here is that some of these females can transovarially transmit or maternal to child transmit from one generation to the next this arbovirus. And remember, these viruses these mosquitoes are overwintering in the egg stage. So this typically occurs in the fall. These mosquitoes overwinter in the egg stage, and some of them can be infected with that virus, with LaCrosse. That's important for any number of reasons, in particular because it probably keeps the virus in the local environment, but also it kind of changes how we need to be thinking to some degree about sort of disease ecology or virus ecology in these environments, because two things happen. A mosquito that hatches in the spring, a female, can already be infected with the virus, doesn't need a blood meal to become infected, and so is sort of ready to transmit fairly quickly in sort of those idea of seasonal dynamics. In addition, we generally ignore male mosquitoes in terms of disease or pathogen transmission, but a male can be infected from his mother and transmit that virus to an uninfected female through venereal transmission. So quite a bit of stuff going on here, but we really focus on this idea of transovarial transmission because our working hypothesis is that these artificial containers probably come and go a lot quicker, if you will, or way more dynamic than what we see with tree holes. And so we're really working on this idea of tree hole abundance at houses that maybe lead to persistence. And our evidence we have for that, and you can review this Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, is finding is that kids get sick at the same residence, and sometimes this occurs from 1 year to the next year, or 2 or 3 years down the road, or in some instances we've had where a kid got sick, the family moved out, a new family moved in, new kid got sick, and so we see some persistence of this virus in the environment. So that's really where we're starting to move forward. We have a sort of case control study planned this summer, and about exposure and risk factors, and hope to share that information with you all in the future. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Brian. Any questions real quick? All right, we'll move on. If there's any questions, go ahead and throw them in the chat box, and I'm sure Brian will stay on for just a little bit longer, if not for the rest of the meeting. So next up, we have Randy Buchanan. Randy, are you on?
I am.
All right. Randy's going to talk to us about West Nile observations out there in Henrico. And Charles will shoot you control, and then I'll let you know when you got a minute left.
Thank you.
Andy.
All right, so Henrico County, we've been doing West Nile virus surveillance since 2003. We standardized our trapping in 2009, and it's based on a spatial grid that's across the county, and the grid pattern is modified to reflect human population densities. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. All right. So we also do truck-mounted larviciding in our county-maintained ditches, things like that. Here is reflection of our trap sites without the grid pattern. We run gravid traps and CO2 traps that are baited with the BG lures. We average about between, we say around 40 species, different species in Henrico. Normally, Asian tiger mosquitoes are our #1 collected and #1 complaint mosquito in the county. But that's changed a little bit over the past few years. Here's a picture of our CDC light trap. I don't see the BG lure on there, but it hangs underneath of the hood on the light trap. And then we do our West Nile virus testing with the ramp program. Here's a picture of our gravid trap. We modified our gravid trap so they're in a bucket, so we don't have to transfer the gravid water back and forth when we transport it. And we also use a Frommer tube on top. We also use a organic, poultry-based organic fertilizer as a source of chicken food to add to the water to make it really gross and very attractive to Culex mosquitoes. So as everybody knows, our locally transmitted mosquito-borne diseases, West Nile virus, triple E, LaCrosse, and St. Louis encephalitis, and dog heartworm. Imported mosquito-borne diseases, yellow fever, dengue, chikungunya, Zika. So for an average year for West Nile virus collections, looks something like this, where we may have somewhere between 9 positive pools, in 8 different locations. One pops up here and then pops up there. And this was pretty consistent from 2003 all the way to 2016. Usually week 28 is the magic week where we'll get our first positive pool. But then all of a sudden in 2017, we had something changed, and we don't know what it is, except that we had I think it was week 28, we started having positive pools all across the county. We ended up with a total of 112 positive pools from 34 different sites. And so we're kind of freaking out a little bit. Something's changed and we don't know what it is. The city of Richmond, I think, had a human case or human death. That was probably 4 blocks from our border, but we were fortunate enough not to have any Henrico residents come down with human case. So 2018 comes around and boom, the same thing happens. And I think a lot of people started seeing a lot of West Nile virus activity in 2018. From 40 different sites in the county, Had 102 total positive pools. 6 of those were albopictus pools, and we had 3 human cases. One of the human cases was probably 900 feet from the trap site where we collected positive albopictus. So by this point in time, I'm freaking out. I'm like, man, this is bad. I'm glad 2018 ended. But really curious as to what's going to happen in 2019. 2019 comes along, boom. We got 1 collection of Culex mosquitoes that tested positive. So we're like, now I really don't know what's going on. And I think it's a reflection of how little we truly know about West Nile virus and West Nile virus transmission. So this shows our complaint responses and mosquito inspections. And if you look at it, our positive collections really are reflected if you show the infrastructure, stormwater infrastructure and development through the county. That's where we collect mosquitoes that test positive. And that's all I've got. Anybody got any questions?
Fantastic. Thank you, Randy. Any questions out there for us? All right. Excellent. Well, if you have any questions, throw them in the chat box. I'm sure Randy will be there to answer anybody. And thank you, Randy, for putting us back almost on schedule. Our next presentation will be Brian Prendergast up in Maryland. Y'all might know him. He is actually a longtime VMCA member. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, fantastic. Charles will shoot you control, and I'll let you know when you got about a minute left.
Okay, I'm waiting for Charles to give me control.
You are good to go.
I guess the phrase from 2020-21 will be, can you hear me now? But anyway, can you hear me now?
We can, but your
yes, we hear you.
But your screen is showing not your presentation. You should also make it so that you're viewing only who's talking, Brian, so that it doesn't slow down your internet connection. Okay.
Okay, so my screen is showing my presentation, or it's not showing my presentation?
It is.
I see it now.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, like Tim said, everybody knows me, I think. Yeah, my ex-wife and kids still live in Virginia Beach, but here I am in Maryland. And this is very similar to a talk I gave a couple years ago. So 2 years ago, the first bullet said 13 years. Now it says 15 years. It said 250 cases. Now it says, or 246 cases. Now it says 250 cases. And it says the addresses and non-disclosure agreement. I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order for the Department of Health to give me this information. And in Maryland, we do mosquito control statewide, and they do health statewide. And so I look at information statewide, and, you know, at any given county, we might not have enough numbers of West Nile virus to see any trends and such. But when you look at it statewide, you can see. So with that, I'll move down. So the important points are that there are new cases, so I'll talk about that, and what the ramifications are of that. There is a cycle, I'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about the fact that cases seem to be related to population density. So I've shown this slide before. This just shows all those red dots are where people have contracted West Nile virus where the residences are. And it's sort of a jump of logic or leap of faith or whatever that the people contracted the virus where they live, but this is where people live. So if they got it at work or something, then we don't know. Anyway, this is the location of where people live. There's a little bit of clustering. A couple years ago, I said there really was no clustering. There's a little bit of clustering. I'll talk about that. So I showed this before. The only thing that is new is, like I was saying earlier, there are 4 new cases. Those 4 new cases are shown. If you look at the graph on the bottom right, there are 2 new data points. One shows 4 cases in 2019, and one shows 1 case in 2020. And really what that means is the last 2 years, we really didn't have a lot of cases. On this graph, it shows that there are peaks. I hate the term outbreak, but there are outbreaks of West Nile virus every 3 years. We cannot use what's happened in the past to predict the future, at least I can't. But would be kind of stupid not to use it as a guide at least. Having said that, we do things pretty much the same way every year, mostly because of funding, but it really doesn't matter why. I did say there was a little bit of clustering, about 30%, just under 30%, like 29% of our cases come from 8 different zip codes. So we're concentrating on those 8 zip codes. The other 70% of cases come scattered all over the state, and there's really no way to concentrate your efforts in those places. But in the zip codes where we do have a lot of cases, we don't know why we've had cases in the past. In those zip codes, we don't know if there's going to be any cases in the future, but we use the information that we have to help direct our efforts, partly because funding is not never ending. It's quite the opposite. But anyway, I won't editorialize on that. This slide, I only show because back in like 2011, 2012, 2013, things were not completely synchronized. This is data from each of the counties in Maryland. And in Maryland, we have 23 counties. In the city of Baltimore, which is not in a county, it's kind of weird. But anyway, so that would be 24. Anyway, if you look at all of these squiggly lines, the peak in 2015 and the peak in 2018 are pretty succinct, or, you know, but earlier, 2011, 2012, 2013, things were not completely lined up. And that could be for a couple of reasons, who knows why. But I show it to say that even though at the statewide basis, there's a cycle that seems to be every 3 years, when you get down to the counties, it might be in this pocket, or that pocket might be in this county, or it might be this corner of this county. It's really hard to say, it's too early to tell, something like that. We will only know, say 3 years from now, 6 years from now, whether things remain synchronized. I sort of suspect that they will be, but maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, can't predict the future. You may have seen this in wing beats, but all of those states that are in pink have a cycle, that same cycle of number of cases every 3 years. So everyone in pink has 3 peaks, one in 2012, one in 2015, one in 2018. The states that are in orange have 2 of the 3 peaks, and then the states that are in green have 1 of the 3 peaks. And then the ones that are in gray, which I just didn't look at. Anyway, the point is that there are a lot of states in the Northeast that seem to be synchronized, and that is really why I showed this graph, saying that there are some counties where there's a lot of cases that might be on a 2-year, you see a peak every 2 years, or you see a peak every 4 years instead of 3 years. So it might be in the corner of this county or that county, but in general, when you take to use a military term, a 30,000-foot view, the statewide view, it seems to be every 3 years, and it seems to be in several states, not just our little corner of the world. So I wasn't going to show this. I kind of went back and forth and talked myself into it and then talked myself out of it and then talked myself into it. Anyway, just to be succinct, this is data that I made up. We don't know what drives that cycle every 3 years. I think it's bird immunity. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. If I'm right, in order for people to get sick, the virus has to spill over from the bird population. That is true. That's not speculation. Every year in late April, early May, the virus somehow gets into the bird population, and then it starts to amplify. So if 50% of the birds are immune, then at most 50% of the birds will become virulent, and then they will other birds. The other 50% of the birds will not. So the highest that it'll amplify in the bird will be 50%. Population, which is what that red line shows. Not only that, but it'll be first or late August, or that level of viremia in the bird population to happen. On the other hand, if 100% of them are susceptible, 0%, then you'll get a situation where activity in the bird shoots up to 100%. The difference between the red population is really, if it is driven by bird immunity, the fact that 50% of the birds might be immune in one particular year is way different than if 100% of the birds are immune or 100% of the birds are susceptible. So anyway, like I said, wasn't going to include that, and then it was decided, well, I should, and then I shouldn't. And partly because it's all speculative, but in my mind, immunity in the birds is what drives the cycle, and this helps me make that point. I was saying earlier that the number of West Nile virus cases is correlated with population density. So if you look at this graph, we've already accounted for population density. That is the number of people per square mile or per square foot or whatever. So it's the number of cases on the y-axis compared to the number of people per square mile. So down in the lower left is a whole bunch of dots. Those are the more rural counties where there's less people per square mile, and there also happens to be less West Nile virus per square mile. Then as you move to the right on the move to the right on the x-axis, you'll see higher numbers of cases, so it's higher on the y-axis if you were to draw a line through it. Anyway, it's, if you look sort of in the middle of that graph, you'll see Baltimore, Maryland, which is a population per square mile of about 7,000 people. And then farther to the right of that, you'll see it says large northeastern city. It really wasn't fair for me to say exactly which city that was because it's not a city in the state of Maryland. Anyway, that city has an even higher population density. To set all your minds at ease, very few places have population density that's that high. But what this graph shows is that the higher the human population density, the more likely you are to get human cases of West Nile virus. And in some respects that stands to reason, but in some respects it doesn't. So, and we know that this is true Actually, John Orr from Fairfax County gave me some of the numbers that they had, and those various counties in Northern Virginia, where they have fairly high population density, fit on this curve fairly well. They're not shown here, but anyway, if they were, they would be right on this curve. The point is that if you are in a location where there's high population density, the people who live there are more at risk for West Nile virus. I should say, Brian Byrd brought this up. In North Carolina, and that may be true in Southern Virginia. We know that there's more to the Northeast, North Carolina, Georgia. On the other hand, we're really lucky because we don't have near the rates of West Nile virus compared to, say, the upper Midwest or the Southern Midwest, whatever that's called. Anyway, so the point here is that the risk from West Nile virus does go up as population density. People that are working, you know this? Okay. Summary, there is a clear correlation. Robin super spreaders. So I was saying earlier that it's bird immunity. The birds that really are robins. There's probably a whole lot of other bird species that may be involved, but in fall, people live. Include mockingbirds, thrashers, and catbirds are. So if they happen to be bit by a mosquito that's carrying West Nile virus, that earlier, I'm not going to talk about it again. And then the conclusions are that there is a peak in human morbidity every 3 years for a year. Cycle. I showed that map. I suspect that the population, really hard to tell what the population density, but population get higher and higher. If you're unlike a bird that is susceptible and serve as an amplified species, then that being at least in northeastern cities. So with that, I'll take questions, and other than that, I'll get back to my coffee cup.
All right. Well, we're gonna move this thing on. We're a few minutes behind, so I want to put us back on schedule. I put a question in the chat box for you, Brian, and with that, I will move on to Ryan Levering. Are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
I'll let you control, and I'll let you know when you get done. But
No.
connection, so I'm just
Can you
trying
hear me
to.
now, or
I am, but I think everybody else is fine. So you
Not
go ahead and do
can
what
y'all
you
see my screen? All right. Still not good, or
don't see anything going on, but I'd see your title.
okay? All right, I'll get. County's Department of Public that influence so borne diseases in the first place. First and foremost, we have our landscape elements such as land cover, natural man-made wetlands, habitat as mosquito habitat within close proximity. Really just the presence of mosquito habitat to make somebody more disease. We have our indicators of an area nearby. And lastly, we have some of what I'm going to. So we've heard a lot in the last year or so, about this concept of people being at risk or at-risk individuals, especially with COVID-19. And those are folks who have these underlying medical conditions that, just make somebody. And while these graphics, my intention was not to show that West Nile virus and COVID-19 are similar pathogens, because I think we all know that that's not the case. They're very different.
We go to water country and Bush Gardens all the fucking time. So that's why,
So
that's why I said,
everybody hear me okay?
You're good to go now.
All right. So these graphics show, not to show that the pathogens are similar. It's really just to show that the folks who are most at risk to severe infection are very similar. So folks with a weak immune system are much more susceptible, much more at risk of contracting a severe infection from West Nile virus. So a pretty significant area within public health kind of looks at the socioeconomic risk factors that might make somebody more likely to have some of those underlying conditions. So things like disabilities, housing status, unemployment, education, poverty levels, minority status, things like that. A lot of these risk factors have kind of been shown to make more people more at risk or more likely to have some of these underlying medical conditions that make people more susceptible. So the CDC developed what's called the Social Vulnerability Index. So this uses 15 different variables like the ones that I just mentioned to identify communities that may need more support before, during, or after a disaster. So this index is summarized into 4 main themes. There's a socioeconomic status theme, housing composition and disability status, minority status and language, and housing and transportation. Now, all 4 of those things come together and create one theme of overall vulnerability, and that's kind of what I'm going to use to for the rest of this presentation. All of this data was compiled using census data and is readily available online. So first, I'll show you a map of Henrico County. You guys have already seen this. Randy showed it earlier today, and the Social Vulnerability Index is on a scale of 0 to 1. So 0 being the least vulnerable and 1 being the most vulnerable. Now, as you can see, the to the north and east of Richmond is that area kind of just below, right in the center there, that just to the north and east is kind of our most vulnerable communities within Henrico County. So right along the border seems to be at our highest vulnerable populations. So what about mosquitoes? How can we tie in mosquitoes? Well, we can overlay our mosquito data, our collection data, to show population hotspots over these communities. We can show where we collect the most Culex pipiens, restaurant pools, the most positive pools, and kind of see, how those overlay with our vulnerable populations. So here's this map again, this map of Henrico County, and I'm going to show you a overlay of Aedes albopictus collections from 2018. And as you can see, we've got a couple of hotspots kind of scattered around the county, but we've got one major hotspot centered right smack dab over some of our more vulnerable areas to the north and east. So just thought that was interesting. This map shows our mosquito pools for Culex pipiens restaurans in 2018. And even though this is a little bit more widespread, it's still kind of centered around, that the city of Richmond. Most of our pools that we collect are kind of in the same areas throughout the county. And it just so happens that a lot of these areas happen to be on the higher end of the vulnerability index. So thought that was interesting. Some things to consider is just because we've got more mosquitoes in an area doesn't necessarily mean that there's a higher probability of infection with a mosquito-borne disease, but it is still something to consider, as being, a burden on the community, and definitely an issue to think about. I encourage, if you decide to go through something like this and look through this data, in your locality, I encourage you to take a step back from GIS. It's very easy to, when you're looking through these maps, just kind of put one thing over the other and say, oh, wow, this is a very vulnerable area. There's a lot of mosquitoes here. That's a problem. But, it's important to take a step back from the map and think, is this only due to the problem house on the corner that has lots of junk in the yard, tires, things like that? Or are there underlying broader issues at play there? So some of those other factors, there's so many of them. You can think about urban heat islands, urban decay, the amount of impervious surfaces. The city of Richmond has a combined sewer system, which I've talked about a couple of times now at this conference. So there's so many things. It's quite a rabbit hole that you can get yourself into, but I think it's really important. There's so much literature out there that you can explore to think about these things, and I think it's important to do, so that just to kind of remember, we are serving our our community. It's important to remember those vulnerable populations. So really, I think the social vulnerability index is a great tool that we can use to make more informed decisions in mosquito control. We can increase our outreach and surveillance in these areas where highly vulnerable populations are living. We have a responsibility to be equitable and serve all members of the community, especially who are most vulnerable. You can consider that these communities may be the way they are due to some historical factors. I have a link here, and for the sake of saving time, I won't go there, but there is a great study that was published by the University of Richmond that looks at different cities throughout the country that were subjected to something called redlining, which is a discriminatory loan process from the early 1900s that basically set a lot of these communities up to kind of be the way they are today by denying loans to people of color, to immigrants and things like that. And a lot of these communities are still struggling with issues today. So, it's important to consider that this might be some underlying issues. There may be underlying issues at play there. So really, I encourage everyone to just take a moment, after everything we've all been through in the last year or so. I think it's important to take some time to consider how all of our programs may be able to how to improve our services for those underserved and at-risk populations. With that, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we got about a minute left for any questions that want to be thrown out there. I see Jeff O'Neill put out there rainfall versus drought in the winter. Temperatures must also have an important impact on the index as well.
Yeah. So, the vulnerability index is really something that, they're trying to take into account really the social factors that make a population more vulnerable. So this isn't specifically geared, towards mosquitoes, but a pandemic like COVID-19, natural disasters. It's really trying to take into account all of those things. What populations might be most vulnerable when a disaster strikes, and if hopefully we don't have to go through anything like this, but if we do have a mosquito-borne disease outbreak, those populations may be at a higher risk. So, but yeah, certainly.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Ryan. And we'll move on. If there's any other questions for him, please feel free to use the chat box. And next up, we have a sustaining member presentation from Veseris. Do we have that guy on?
Yep, I'm out here. This is John Singletary of Veseris. How are you?
I'm doing good. All right, we're going to give you your 5 minutes, sir.
Very good. Everybody see my screen? Good to go?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Again, folks, John Singletary with Veseris. Thank you all for having us here. We enjoy and are happy to support the VMCA. One thing you might notice is the name change. Real quick on that. Last year, beginning of 2020, Univar Solutions spun off its environmental sciences group, and we were purchased by a investment group, AEA Investors. We weren't purchased by another chemical company. We're still the same standalone company. Other than some branding and some growing pains of standing up a company on its own, we're still the same people doing the same thing. All right. This year, again, we're happy to be a complete, authorized distributor of a complete Alficid and Zenobect product lines. Happy to continue to do that. Please continue to do that. And again, that's on this year's on this year's contract bid. Also, we're the exclusive distributors of the Aquabac line, the Aquabac BTIs. And I think that if you take a look at this and you take a look at the cost, you can really see a look at a cost savings here, possibly for your program. Again, everybody's talking about COVID. Everybody's talking about the impacts of COVID. Eventually, state budgets are going to be impacted. I don't know if that's going to trickle down to your budgets, but if cost considerations are part of your plans, please get with Jason and I, and we'd be more than happy to show you how Aquabac can, in the liquid or granular form, can be a big part of your program. Very happy to announce that coming probably Q2 or Q3, we're going to be also carrying an Aquabac water dispersible granule. That is a very popular package now with a lot of the newer technologies, or not technology so much, but the protocols for doing the larviciding. We look for that. And if you'd like any more information on that, again, we're working with Becker Microbials on getting a container package, container size package that we can bring to market here that's going to help out the mosquito control districts. As always, we have our Masterline line. We do have the regular Masterline control, which is uses the oil diluent, but then we also have the aqua control. I would say a couple things about the aqua control. In the past, we had one other version of the aqua control, and it didn't stay in formulation. They took that back and they reformulated it probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And some folks that originally maybe had tried it and used it because it didn't stay in formulation and are hesitant to try again. I think this is a very solid water-based 30-30 for all you officers out there that are moving to a water-based, more water-based programs. This again is another thing that you can look at that's very cost-effective against some of the other products that are out there on the market. Into care, I know that I've touched on this in a couple of our past meetings. We're having great success with this. This is an easy-to-use and transportable device. It's easy for any technician or any service person to assemble and maintain it out there. It is a multi-impact control. It takes advantage of two bioactives, which is the Bavaria bassiana and pyriproxine as a growth regulator. And it uses the Aedes mosquito own behavior against itself, so to speak, to spread these actives and create and take what were breeding areas and turn them into kill zones. We do have scientific data backing up and showing that it is an effective kill of not only the Aedes larvae, but also the adult Aedes mosquito as well. If this is a great tool to use in places where possibly maybe larviciding may become too cumbersome, where you could set out these stations or these stations rather, and really augment your control program where maybe fogging is not an option. We always carry other public health products. I work with some of the districts in things other than mosquito control. Okay. To include rodent baits, traps, equipment, and we're proud to carry the London fogger, and then also the Curtis Dynafog. The Colt handheld fogger is great. Also other wildlife control. Real quick, I want to touch on pro training. Pro training is something I want to talk a little bit more about this year. We have a variety of courses that are available to you. The pro training is flexible across devices. It is CEUs. I know we're getting CEUs here today. I'm not trying to take away from that. We're just trying to add to it. The reason, what I see is an onboarding tool for new employees or new hires. I mean, here I pulled out a couple out of the course catalog for basics, pesticide storage, transport, and disposal, which is always a mandatory, and also an in-depth look at pesticide labels and SDS. So with that said, I know I'm coming up close to my time. I really appreciate the support. Here's my contact. I'm local in the area. Jason Conrad is our industry specialist. Our vector specialist, as some of you may know, Jason has many years of experience as actually being an in-flight applicator. There's our address there, and of course, we're an EVA vendor. Really want to thank you, everybody, for your support and the backup. I got a question here in the private on the difference between the Zinovex, and we'll go ahead and I'll answer that. And if anybody has any other questions, again, please, there's my email address, or hit me up in the chat box. I'll be here all afternoon. Thanks again for your support.
Thanks, John. All right, next up is Valent Biosciences. Is Jim Andrews in there? We know if Jim Andrews is in?
I don't see him in the list of people that are attending.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on. That'll probably help us catch up. Robert, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, fantastic. All right, everybody. This is the MAMCA president, Robert Cartner. He's down in South Carolina. He's going to talk to us about aerial applications down there. I'll let you know when you got about 2 minutes left, Robert.
All right, sounds good. Okay. All right, can everybody see it okay now? Are you seeing the right thing?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for asking me to come and talk about our aerial operations. I want to preface it real quick. We're across the street and right in the path of a Marine Corps Air Station's main takeoff and landing runway. And it's raining here, so they haven't been flying at all, but they just started. So I may have to mute it when they fly because it's extremely loud and you won't be able to hear me. So if I cut out for a minute, it's just because a jet's flying over. Okay, so aerial operations in Beaufort County. Beaufort County, there's nothing in the way, is it? There's nothing blocking my screen, is it?
Negative, you're good to go.
You're good.
All right, so here's South Carolina. It's just a list of counties, and you can see Beaufort County down there at the bottom. A lot of people don't know where Beaufort County is, or maybe have heard of it, but didn't attribute it to anything. But a lot of people know where Hilton Head Island is. So Hilton Head Island is in Beaufort County. So it's about 600 square miles of land area. It's 900 something with water. A large portion of our tax revenue for the county comes from tourism. Like a lot of the coastal counties, along the United States, is similar in that matter. We also have a growing population of retirees because it's so pretty down here. So the most of them live south of the Broad River, which I'll get to and explain in just a minute. But as that number grows, the risk of West Nile and other mosquito-borne diseases just increases. And most of the county that's left that can be developed is swamp or low-lying areas. So the risk just increases whenever they build a new development or something. So this is just a kind of a satellite view of Beaufort County, just to get another good image of what it looks like. There's about 65 islands that make up the county, so travel's difficult in the county. There's only so many bridges. There's 3 major inhabited islands: Port Royal Island, which is in the northwest section. That's where we're at right now, where I'm at. Hilton Head Island, and then St. Helena Island. Those are the main inhabited areas. So just to zoom in kind of on where we're at, where I'm at currently, where our office and hangar are, is right there in the northern section. So here's our office. Our airport that we operate our aircraft out of is in the circle. There's a good satellite view of our airport, and it's 8 miles away as the crow flies, but it's about a 20-minute drive. And I say this because it takes forever to get anywhere around here. So a lot of our day is used up by travel time, either being stuck at a rotating bridge or something like that. So we have to make good use of our time, and that's why aerial operations is so important for us, because travel time takes a lot of our available time away. So mosquito control as a whole here in Beaufort, we have 13 full-time staff. We've got 3 part-time staff, 2 laboratory interns with me, and we've got 8 spray trucks and 1 fixed-wing aircraft and 1 helicopter. So this is kind of a view of what most of the county looks like that's not land. It's pretty similar to this everywhere. That's downtown Beaufort right there. So to get into the nitty-gritty of our air operations, we have a chief pilot, and the chief pilot is dual rated. He's certified to operate a fixed wing and helicopter. And one of the things that I needed to preface first, I'll do it now, I was going to do it a little bit later, is currently we have no chief pilot. Our last chief pilot retired at the end of 2019. So for the entire year of 2020, we had no pilot for our fixed wing aircraft. So we had no adult deciding capabilities. And we hope to change that coming up soon. We've got a few interviews coming up. But that's the qualifications that we require for our chief pilot. An aircraft mechanic we have, he's AMP, airframe and power plant, and certified, and he's an IA certified inspector. So those things aren't necessarily required, but they make it a lot easier when you have to tell the FAA that your aircraft are in good working order, and when you have to sign off on your checklists every day. So our 2 part-time pilots that we have 1 fixed-wing part-time pilot position. That position is not filled. We have 1 part-time helicopter pilot that is filled. So currently the only pilot that we have is a helicopter pilot. So here's a really pretty picture of the hangar with our OB-10 Bronco on the right and our MD-500 helicopter on the left. So just a little bit about the Bronco that we have. This is our only fixed-wing aircraft. It was bought in 2010 by Beaufort County for $1,000. So it was a surplus thing that I think they sold a few of them to other places. CAL FIRE in California uses this same type of aircraft to guide in their air tankers for forest fires. So we bought 2 of these. One of it is for spare parts, and we have it in another warehouse. It was only $1,000, but it cost a lot more to get it retrofitted and painted because it was a military aircraft before that. We've got Micronair AU4000 spray pods on it, and you can see one in the picture there. And the AU4000 impinger is on the back. So that's what makes the droplets. So we are unique, I think, except for maybe Key West, that we don't operate at night. We don't spray at night. We spray in the mornings, right after sunset, in about 2 hours. Right after sunrise, and about 2 hours after that. We're not equipped for night flying at all. This aircraft can treat, when we're able to use it, about 20,000 acres per fuel load, which is pretty fantastic when you think of the time that it saves using this aircraft over a person driving a spray truck. So our 1980 Hughes MD-500, I think that's a was fairly common helicopter for mosquito control. It was bought in 2005 for about $500,000. So it's, in the past, it's only been used for larviciding, but I'll get into this a little bit later, but starting this season, we'll be using that aircraft for adulticiding also, just to have another tool in the toolbox. So we do a little bit of public relations, not as nearly as much as we should with our air ops. Really, the only thing that we do is, besides flying it around so people can see it during normal operations, we participate in the Marine Corps Air Base air show that they have every 2 years. So they bring in the Blue Angels and all kinds of other aircraft, and they also invite us and bring our OV-10 over there, and people love to see it because it's a pretty unique aircraft. So one of the other ways that we let people know how we're treating and what we're doing is we use a Swift 911 system, and anytime we do any kind of aerial operation that might impact somebody in the public, we have a list of those people that want to be notified, and then it sends out a blast, email, phone call, whatever they signed up for, to let them know, hey, we're going to be in this area. And all of our aerial operation zones line up with the notification zones that we have built into that Swift 911 system. So even though we sometimes do some outreach, we still get a ton of people calling to complain to us or calling the airport to complain that there's a low-flying aircraft and they don't know that it's mosquito control. But anytime we do any kind of aerial operation, the airport and the sheriff's department, everyone knows that it's us, so that anytime anybody calls and says, I saw somebody flying low, what's going on? They can say, oh, it's just mosquito control. But even after all these years, people still don't know that we're out there. Some people still don't, and that's mostly our fault. All right, so for aerial mission planning, and we're, like I said before, kind of unique, not in a good or a bad way. It's just that we have a smaller staff, so we're limited in the things that we can do and the research we have to do them. So in order to make our planning missions just like we would with ground spraying, we have surveillance traps we put out to collect data. We have landing rate counts that our field crew collects data from. We map our service requests, and we also test mosquitoes in-house for mosquito-borne diseases. And we also get notifications on humans, horses, or other veterinary animals and birds from our state health department on mosquito-borne disease. So anytime we get any indication that a mission needs to be planned, we use this data to determine that. So more on the mission planning, the way that we have our county set up, there's 6 full-time field crew that we have, and they pull double duty. I'll talk about that in a little bit too. But our county is broken up into 3 work zones, and there's 2 staff per work zone, so they kind of split it up. And so they collect data in each of these work zones whenever they're out doing field work. So they'll do their larval surveillance if they find any larvae, or if they're in the area and they can. They do their landing rate counts. That's part of the route they typically do. They collect traps. They do service requests. They talk to the public if they need to. All of this data, whenever they're doing it, is uploaded into the laptop in their trucks. And these laptops don't have any cell service, but there's Wi-Fi hotspots all around the county that the emergency management uses, and we know where all of those are. So at certain times throughout the day, the field crew will stop at a hotspot and upload their data to their supervisor. So the surveillance traps are returned to the lab on Tuesday. We always set surveillance traps on Mondays. It just makes scheduling easier. They're picked up on Tuesdays, and then they're identified as quickly as possible. And I don't say that they're identified on Tuesday because I'm the one that has to identify them. So sometimes there's other things that's going on, even though this is the most important thing. There's sometimes other things you just can't get away from. So typically I try to have them done Wednesday, but they come in at the end of the day. So maybe sometimes I'll stay late on Tuesday. But the point is, this is all the data that's collected for us to make decisions on aerial operations. Mosquito pools, when they're identified, mosquito pools are typically tested on Wednesday or Thursday so that we can have some kind of data back for a couple of days for mission planning if we need it. So one of the other ways that we collect data is through weather stations. So rainfall data is crucial for any type of surveillance. You need to know where the larvae are, but you also need to know where the mosquitoes might be coming from. But the problem with rain gauges is that you have to have somebody go out and check the rain gauges all the time. And with our field crew, with the 6 that we have, not only do they have to do their surveillance duties, they also have to operate spray trucks. So if they were spraying the night before, that means that they're not going to be working that shift during the day. So there's no one there to do surveillance, larval surveillance or landing rate counts or anything like that. So if we had rain gauges in the field, the data might, it may not be collected every day, so it would be missing. So what we did was use a free service that's out there, and hopefully it's something that you're allowed to do. But we use the wonderground.com personal weather stations. We have one outside of the lab here. But in Beaufort County, there are 74 personal weather stations that people have bought and put up and use their Wi-Fi or their computer to load that data to wonderground.com. So these 74 weather stations, and sometimes that number goes up or down depending on whether somebody moves and cancels and deletes their weather station, or they just stop using it or something like that. But these collect rainfall, temperature, humidity, wind, all kinds of things every single day. But what I do is collect the rainfall, temperature, and humidity data into a spreadsheet for all 74 every single day. The reason I do this, I don't use just the overall weather information for Beaufort County, because here and probably other areas, the rainfall is so sporadic and spotty that I want to know exactly where it rained and how much it rained, so that we don't waste time searching for larvae in areas where there may not have been any rainfall. So here's an example of rainfall for September 16th of last year. And you can see that we have plenty of weather stations in the northern part of our county, but it only rained on Hilton Head and in Bluffton, that lower that southern section. So the field crew can focus on these hot spots looking for larvae rather than looking blindly for larvae that may not be there from previous days. It may not have rained there. So they can start where they know it rained a few days later and check for larvae that way. So this next picture is just the next day, so you can see how different the rain can be here. So it really helps us save a lot of time when we're doing larval surveillance. And when I set this up to collect the rain data, I did verify the data from the weather stations with rain gauges. So the variability was minimal, and it was within what I accept for my data for this information. So for our actual mission planning, when we're adulticiding with our fixed wing aircraft, we have pre-designed operation zones for our aerial adulticiding, and this makes it a lot faster. The zones are stored on our aircraft's onboard AgNav system for spraying and navigation for quick missions. And if I need to do any adjustments on any of these polygons, AgNav also has an admission website where you can adjust your polygons, make new jobs, missions, things like that, and then wirelessly load them to your onboard AgNav system, as long as you've got Wi-Fi or cellular or something like that. So once I've created an ag mission or a new job and then submit it to whichever aircraft I'm going to submit it to, once that pilot cuts that system on, a message pops up that says you've got a new job, and it works perfectly. It's incredibly convenient. So the data is collected, and ideally the missions are flown the next morning with these aerial treatments for adulticiding, because they've got the polygon right there, and we'll sometimes combine the polygons. It's a lot easier to do adulticiding this way. Larviciding is a different animal because we have fewer pre-designed operational zones. We do have historical breeding sites that are stored in ag mission, but there's just a lot of areas that we're not 100% sure that there is breeding there, or the water may not be there anymore with such few staff for such an area that's spread out the way it is. It's harder to maintain that data and verify it. So what we'll do when we're larviciding an area that we may not know exactly where the water is, we'll draw the polygon either on Ag Mission, because it lets you do that, or I'll make it on ArcGIS or Google Earth, and I'll upload it to Ag Mission. So this picture is of Hunting Island State Park. It's one of our sea islands, and it's a really pretty place to go. So this is the difficulty that we have, and probably everyone has, when you're trying to make a spray zone or look at something on a satellite image. You can't really see anything. And a lot of the county is covered in in forests like this maritime forest, you can't really see anything beneath it when you're looking at a satellite image. So this picture is what you typically get in a larvicide mission in an area that you're not sure the water is. So you just cover the whole thing in a polygon. And then when the pilot flies the mission, the pilot typically has a spotter when they're doing larviciding in an area that we're not sure of, or in an area where you don't know that the water's there or not. So this person, the spotter, helps the pilot find the water and line up for the larviciding application. So once the mission's complete, the application and the flight data is uploaded back to Ag Mission wirelessly once they get back close to the airport. And then we analyze that data and create a report out of it. So the polygons adjusted after that, once we've gotten the data, to include only the area where the water was found. So you see the picture on the left is the full polygon that started. The picture on the right is after the mission was flown and what they treated. And then this picture is the polygon that's left once we've cut out the areas where we know there's no water. So when the pilot flies over, the pilot and the spotter will find the water and they'll say, all right, let's hit the trigger here. We'll treat this area. We know where the water is.
Got about 2 minutes.
It makes it a lot easier. Say that again. How many?
2 minutes.
Oh, 2? Okay. All right. So Hunting Island is a really bad area. It floods a lot. So this is an area that we have to treat constantly. I won't necessarily show this. It was a video of us driving through flooded water, but Hunting Island had a huge storm in July and all of the roads got flooded, so it had to be closed for a while. So one of the other main issues that I think everyone has to some extent or another is exclusion zones. And here it's very bad for us. But historically we honor no spray requests, whatever they are. So we've got lots of beehives, we've got lots of people that don't want to be sprayed, and it occupies about 20% of the county, not including the military bases that we can't treat. So we've got beehives here. There's some more exclusion zones that we've got. So the red circles are a half-mile radius for our aerial spraying. So these areas really impact the people who request service. You can see the little yellow circles are for service requests. All right, the last thing I'll go quickly through this is the most exciting thing is the custom aerial adulticide spray system we created. So since we didn't have a pilot last year, we thought, well, we need to do something so that we can adulticide. So we have a part-time helicopter pilot on staff. So we thought, well, let's get an aerial spray system for the helicopter. Turnkey systems are limited by the type of helicopter, and they are large and unscheduled expense. So we decided, well, we can build a custom system. We don't have a lot of knowledge on doing that, but the cost is low. So we thought, well, who do we know that has one? Chatham County Mosquito Control has the same helicopter as us. They're in the same type of environment. So we basically just copied their spray system. We altered it a little bit for us. So here's our short boom spray system that hasn't completely been tested yet in actual missions, but it works like a charm. We've got short booms, perfect for our hangar. These are the nozzles we use. They're PJ15 nozzles. They produce consistent 30 micron droplets, and you can change the nozzle for higher or lower flow rates. Here's the tank and boom, an image of that. It's aerodynamic booms in the internal tank, reduced drag. And our pilot can really tell the difference between this system and the larviciding system, because the larviciding system is big tanks on the side. So it's like he's flying with nothing. So here's another picture of the bottom of the system. So you can see a high pressure pump we have with 1500 PSI, flexible stainless hose from the tank and the booms, a quick disconnect system to easily remove the system. Aerodynamic booms with internal stainless tube for spill containment, so there's no leakage or spilling. And we can switch this system. We can take this system off and put the dry system back on in about 30 minutes. And there's the shop supervisor who welded everything together. So for this system, it costs us only about $8,000. It took about 9 months because we had to wait on a lot of parts. A lot of things were on back order, and where we got the stainless steel from and the aerodynamic tubing took forever to send it to us, but it got here eventually. So if we were to build a second system, it would be a lot less expensive and take a lot less time. I'll show this real quick. This is our new system when we were testing out late last year. We got some pretty good results, but there's a lot more testing left to do on it. So with that said, that's our air ops in a nutshell. There's a lot more that goes into it, but does anybody have any questions about it?
All right. Well, we'll in relation to time, we will shoot the questions over to the chat box if y'all have any. I know that was a lot of information, and I know the weather systems is something that I'm looking at already. So if anybody has any questions, shoot them over there. I'm sure Robert will stay on for a while and answer any questions.
I will say that I forgot to mention on that, the way that I collect the weather data is actually my brother wrote a Python code that scrapes the website. So I run the code and it pulls all of the data in about 5 minutes because it just has to go to it. It's a lifesaver.
All right, cool. All right, thank you very much. Like I said, we'll shoot questions over to you on the chat box.
Got it.
All right, so next up is Laura Harrington, and I see that she is already online, ready to go.
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Charles will shoot you over control, and I will let you know when you have 2 minutes left.
Laura, you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay. How is that? Can everyone see?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much to Tim and the organizers for inviting me to speak today at the conference, and I've really been enjoying the presentation so far. What I wanted to do today is to give you an overview of what we've been doing in the Northeast Center for Excellence for Vector-Borne Diseases over the past couple of years. And I know that many of you are probably aware of the centers. This arose from a need that the CDC perceived to really further support vector control and vector-borne disease prevention across the different regions in the US. And as you know, the challenges just keep increasing, and we're identifying new pathogens all the time, and have exotic vectors coming in and creeping into other regions. And so I worked with colleagues in our Northeast region to apply for funding, and we were very fortunate to be awarded a large grant in late December 2016. Our administrative hub is here at Cornell University. The program manager is Emily Mader, and I'm the program director. And then we have several institutions that are subcontractors on the project with significant research responsibilities. And I just wanted to point out that our catchment area does run from Virginia, so we definitely include Virginia and have collaborations with folks in Virginia, and it goes all the way north to Maine. Okay, all of these centers have three overarching goals. The first is to provide additional training to fill gaps where there are needs, to conduct applied research that can support the broader community, and then fostering an overall community, so providing support and connections among the diverse groups that are working on vector-borne disease control regionally. And so we have, we try to provide a framework and community and connections across the different groups, and to try to ease the administrative burden. And so we can do things like hosting webinars, supporting training, a variety of different things. And we're always open to new requests about how we can help regionally. This collaborative network, which includes a lot of different entities, has really been essential to our accomplishments across each of our primary goals. So we do have training programs for professional learners. Some of you may know about our popular boot camp. So far, we've trained 60 professionals in this intensive program. We provide topical webinars where we've reached over 600 people. Before COVID, we were doing hands-on workshops, especially with our pesticide resistance monitoring program. We hope to resume that in the future. And then we started in a new academic program, a master's of public health with a focus on entomology and vector biology in the field. And then we have a variety of other graduate postdoctoral training opportunities. But today I'm going to talk about our applied research, and we've broken our research down into 6 main research clusters shown here. We have 64 active projects that have been completed or are ongoing in these research clusters. And as of today, we have over 60 peer-reviewed manuscripts that have been published from center activities. So I can't cover all 64 projects today, but I am going to just highlight a few that I thought you might be interested in that span both mosquito and tick vectors. And the first one I wanted to talk about is how the use of urban parks by people, by the public, is influenced by perceived tick risk. This project was headed up by Aaron Hassett, a former master's student, who wanted to know how actual tick risk changed by space and habitat in parks, and she focused on Staten Island. And she wanted to know what the risk of exposure to humans was and how people's knowledge and attitudes regarding ticks might prevent them from enjoying open green spaces. And so what she did is she conducted weekly drag sampling for ticks. She associated tick abundance with habitat types. She actually watched people. She had a team of helpers who actually looked at where people go in the parks. And then she administered some CAP surveys, knowledge, attitudes, and practices, and also showed people samples of different types of arthropods to see if they could identify ticks. And what Erin found is that ticks were most abundant in unmaintained herbaceous habitat. She had one hotspot for the invasive Asian longhorn tick, Hemophysalis longicornis, in the southern park, where she found it more broadly spread across habitats. But overall, this was a trend she saw. And fortunately, the areas of high tick hazard were visited the least by park users. But men tended to be in those high-risk habitats the most. Most people could not identify a nymphal tick when shown different tick nymphs. They were fairly good at identifying adults. And people she interviewed curiously identified parks as a main location for tick exposure, but didn't feel that they themselves were at risk. So this is something curious that we need to explore in more detail in the future. And unfortunately, a large proportion of people just didn't bother with tick checks, and they gave a variety of reasons for that. Another project I wanted to tell you about is a project conducted by Choki Sherpa, another former MS student, who wanted to know, now that we have the Asian longhorn tick here in the United States, what is the best way to monitor it? And can we use methods that we're already using for the black-legged tick and other important species? And so she conducted a study to look at, to compare dragging and sweeping and CO2 baited traps for collecting longicornis. And we had anecdotal evidence that these ticks tend to drop off these claws, these drag claws, more frequently or more readily than the black-legged tick and the Lone Star tick. And so she compared check distances to see what was optimal. Another thing we learned from Choki's study is that the Asian longhorn tick is not conventional in the habitats where you'll find it. And for example, the bare earth on the right, nobody would attempt to sample for black-legged ticks. But we actually collected quite a few longicornis in this type of habitat, and especially ones that were partially blood-fed, which is curious. Choki also found a lot of these Asian longhorn ticks in full sun habitats, so quite different than the black-legged tick in the Northeast. So overall, she found that they do drop off flags and drags, so it's good to stop and check your flag every 5 meters for adults and nymphs. And dragging overall was better than sweeping, which is good news for those who are already doing dragging for black-legged tick surveillance. CO2 traps did attract the Haemaphysalis longicornis, but they're very crafty, they're very smart, and they quickly left the CO2 source. And Shoki tried all sorts of ways using adhesive and insecticide to retain them at the trap source, but wasn't successful. And she has some really nice videos of the behavior of these ticks. I've provided the link here as she tested out these different strategies. Another study I wanted to tell you about is for the Asian tiger mosquito, which you probably know. In the Northeast, we have the northern range or limit of this mosquito, although it's gradually moving northward every year. And Talia Shrgai, a former student who's now with the EIS at CDC, wanted to understand what conditions are associated with Aedes albopictus larvae along its northern range. She focused on the New York City metro area, Long Island. And are there key containers? So this is a concept from the yellow fever mosquito, Aedes aegypti, where there are certain key containers that you can focus on to streamline surveillance. And so what Talia did is she conducted surveys over 2 years across 9 sites in its invasive range in southern New York. And she looked at urbanization using the gradient of percent impervious surface as a proxy and median household income. And she also conducted these surveys into November, which is pretty late in the season. And curiously, we were finding adult host-seeking Asian tiger mosquitoes at that time of year. And she looked for evidence of key containers for surveillance. Unfortunately, she did not find key containers. As we expected, these populations are very spatially aggregated, which makes it tough for surveillance. She did find that mosquito abundance increases with urbanization or impervious surface and decreasing income. Along the way, Talia also developed an egg morphology guide, so you can look at the eggs under the microscope, and the chorion patterning will indicate which species it is, so you can identify them without hatching and rearing larvae. And as I mentioned, we realized that these populations are active well into the fall. And then Talia went on to look in more detail at diapause biology for those mosquitoes, which is quite interesting as well. While Talia was doing her work, we also looked at the feasibility of using drones in this area for surveillance. And we partnered with Elizabeth Case, who is a student here in computer science at Cornell. What Elizabeth did with permission from the community is she flew over the areas where Talia and her team were sampling on the ground. And she took images with the drone, and then she trained it with machine learning to identify containers that had water. And she trained it to identify containers that likely had larvae. And this was all ground truth with by Talia's team. So they were actually looking at the containers at the same time and identifying the larvae. And what we found is that the UAV, the drone, did a pretty good job. It could identify positive or negative containers 80% of the time, which is pretty impressive. However, one of the big drawbacks is obviously you can't take pictures if you can't see the ground in the containers. And so tree or roof cover obstructs these views. So there is some feasibility for using drones in this area. We also compared the cost and the labor of drone surveillance versus on the ground. And as you can imagine, the drone surveillance costs a fraction of what it costs to have people on the ground. But it's probably better in places where there is no tree canopy or roof cover. Overhanging porches and things that have containers. The other study I wanted to mention was led up by Maria Onongo and Andrea Gloria Soria at Wadsworth Center and Connecticut Ag Experiment Station. And we realized that vector competence is population dependent and virus dependent, and we really didn't have good data for Aedes albopictus in the Northeast region. And so they conducted vector competence studies and found that these mosquitoes are highly competent for chikungunya if it was introduced to the region, and also for Zika virus, but there is some geographic variation they detected. We suspect perhaps symbiotic bacteria might be playing a role in that variation across the region in vector competence, and they're continuing to explore that, as well as conduct some dengue competence studies. Another Asian tiger mosquito study was conducted by Kara Fickrig, a graduate student here. She wanted to know how frequently albopictus feeds on humans in Long Island along its northern range, and what other hosts it feeds on as far as risk of transmission of arboviruses. You know, one of the things she did that I think is really important is she looked at host availability. So she put feeding patterns in the context of what hosts were out there. And we were also interested in using toxic sugar baits for albopictus control in the region, but we wanted to know if they even feed on sugar in the first place. So she did some intensive sampling, resting collections, host availability surveys, so we knew what people and animals were out, and we used camera traps for wild animals. And then she did blood meal analysis and sugar feeding analysis on her mosquitoes. And what she found is that the Asian tiger mosquito is feeding on people about 30% of the time along its northern edge. It also feeds on cats frequently and dogs, and curiously opossums. We think maybe the day active mosquitoes are feeding on these opossums while they're sleeping in their burrows. But once you put this in context, these mosquitoes are feeding disproportionately more often on cats and dogs than people. And so this is really good news. She didn't find any evidence of avian feeding, really good news for West Nile virus. The other thing that she did was the sugar feeding analysis, and a very large percentage, about 40% of males and females are feeding on plant sugars. So this is good news as far as the potential for deploying toxic sugar baits in the area. And I wanted to finish up with our pesticide resistance monitoring program. This was headed up by James Burdis, a postdoc who I'm happy and also sad has left us for the CDC for a job there. We started this program because despite the importance of resistance monitoring, there really were no large regional monitoring programs. And so we've put a lot of time and effort into this program. On the right here are the different phases of the program. We have a needs assessment that we do every year, and we'll be sending that out this year. We have a submission system where people can send us mosquitoes for testing. We also provide people with their own kits if they want to do testing in-house. And we have workshops and other types of tutorials and seminars. And we also have been working, especially last year, with people in the field on control efficacy. We did 2 projects on Culicida melanura and methoprene in the Northeast. And the survey really, it's curious that to date, most of the resistance monitoring has been done testing adults when larvicides are the most commonly used approach in the Northeast. And so we did develop an assay for testing larvae susceptibility.
Got about 2 minutes.
This map here shows permethrin resistance. You'll notice in Williamsburg, Virginia, we had, was among the highest permethrin resistance we detected in Culex pipiens. And we'd love to continue testing samples from Virginia this coming year. But there was a lot of variation across the region. But we did detect low-level resistance. Fortunately, we didn't detect resistance to BTI or Spiricus, so that's good news for people who use those products. We will continue this monitoring. We have a publication that we published with our field partners on this in the journal Medical Entomology if you want to learn more about it, and please let us know if you want to participate this coming season. I'll just wrap up with acaricide resistance monitoring. Let you know that we did, as far as I'm aware, the first monitoring for the black-legged tick for susceptibility to permethrin in an area of heavy four-poster use on Shelter Island, New York, and we compared it with a couple of other areas. I'm happy to share this protocol if anybody wants to try it in-house. And we did find that ticks from the Shelter Island location were less susceptible to permethrin than our control, the CDC colony. But we're not, it was a low resistance ratio. And so now we're trying to figure out at what point should we be alarmed by resistance? We don't expect ticks to develop resistance because of their long lifespan and low selection pressure, but at least now we have some baseline data and we're working on writing this up for publication. We also did a survey just to understand surveillance control and practices. I put the citation there if anybody's interested in learning more about it. Lots of barriers across the Northeast to doing tick control, as you probably know, including funding and people power to do it. So you can go here for more information on our applied research program. I do want to thank, it would be a whole separate presentation to thank all of the partners in the field who worked with us. I do want to put a shout out to Tim and to David Gaines, Lisa Wagenbrenner, and Jennifer Barrett, who will be working with Jamie Mangan, a MS student this summer on EEE bridge vectors. And also shout out to Janice Pulver, who we worked with on the pesticide resistance monitoring program. Thank you. My email is here if you want to reach out, if you have questions or ideas or need some information, don't hesitate to reach out to me. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, and if anybody gets a chance to go out there and look at their website, they have a fantastic number of courses and information out there that anybody can use. So I would highly recommend going out there and looking at that. With that, that'll bring us to our break. I know we're a little bit behind, but we'll say let's meet back here at 10:48, and we'll pick up then.
Hey, can you guys hear me? Woo!
Yes, I can hear you. That's
on.
Was there anything you were going to say, Betsy?
I just wanted to make sure y'all could hear me.
Yep.
So I can preside.
Read you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm going to take a break.
Betsy, you were loud and clear, but there were too many microphones that were coming in the background, so it could muffle your voice if there are too many microphones on.
All right, I'm not really sure what to do about that. I'm definitely echoing.
Turn one mic off. Keep only one microphone on.
Also, if you're near the other computer that's actually watching the presentation, I would suggest getting away from that computer when you talk, because I'm in my other office right now. I could not do this in the lab where we have the conference going on.
I'll try that.
Yeah, the reason being is that one would be broadcasting your voice and you would be talking into one computer, so you want to get away from that.
Hey, Tim.
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Just want to make sure I was up and running.
Yep, you're there.
Thanks.
Yep.
Hello?
Your mic off, hurry up.
What do you mean do? All right, I'm leaving the room. All right, is that better?
100% better.
All right, I can't hear anything. Can y'all not hear me? All right, welcome back, everybody, to the last section of the conference. I really appreciate everybody joining this great event. So if you can go and browse the Virginia Mosquito Control webpage for items that are for sale. Okay. I'm assuming we're on.
You've been on this whole time.
All right, so our next talk we're going to have is mosquitoes and goldenrod, all natural mosquito control. Are you on, Forde?
Yes, I am.
So our next presenter is presenting about mosquitoes, goldenrod, and all natural mosquito control method. This is Forde Upshur from Virginia Tech. Forde, I'll let you know when you have a minute left.
Alrighty. I'm assuming everyone can see this, and if you can't, just let me know, but I'll go ahead and get started. Thank you for that introduction. Like she said, my name is Forde Upshur. I'm going to be sharing my work with you today based on my work as a master's student and a current PhD student in Dr. Chloe Launder's lab in the Department of Biochemistry at Virginia Tech. So to give you some quick background information, my work focuses on some invasive mosquito species, including Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus, which are invasive to the U.S. and pose these global health risks as they're carriers of diseases like Zika, chikungunya, and dengue fever. And albopictus is pretty prevalent in Virginia, giving it some like local relevance. You've likely been bit by them before if you live in Virginia. They also feed on sugar, which is an important aspect for both male and female mosquito biology, affecting a lot of things like survivability and fecundity. And it's also known that they use olfaction amongst other cues that help them locate their meals, whether it be blood or sugar. And so based on this kind of information, there are new control strategies being developed to combat increased insecticide resistance that's being seen in invasive species. One of those strategies includes these attractive toxic sugar baits, which there's an example of on the right here. Basically combines an attractant of some kind, usually an attractive volatile, and a sugar solution mixed with an oral insecticide. So the mosquitoes in this case would be attracted to this little towel, feed on the sugar and oral insecticide solution there, and then die shortly thereafter. So I'll be going mainly over my master's work, which basically looked at if this range of 11 different ornamental plant species that are commonly planted in urban areas were contributing to invasive species Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus success in the United States. So to begin, we first asked the question, okay, are they actually feeding on these plants, and do they have some kind of preference for one or the other? And to test that, we use this plant visitation assay method where on the right here is a cage with on one side one of the 11 ornamental species of interest, and then a GoPro aimed at the flower, recording between 4 and 6 p.m., which is a time that they're known to be actively searching for food. And then I'd starve the mosquitoes for a day or two, release them in the cage, and then collect the alive ones in the following morning for later sugar analysis. And so jumping into the results for that, throughout this talk I'll have Aedes aegypti represented in green and albopictus in gold. And then here I have above each of the bars for each of the 11 ornamental species, I have the ratio of male to female landing or feeding. So I'll go ahead and pull up the feeding as well so you can kind of compare the two. But so obviously, you know, there's a lot to extrapolate from this, but I'll just kind of point out a couple things. I mean, you can start to see this preference by species being formed across the 11 ornamental species, with some species, or some ornamentals having mostly albopictus landing or feeding, and then for aegypti as well. And then we're seeing a difference between male and female activity as well. Like, I think that's pretty well exemplified with Celosia, with mostly male albopictus there. And then additionally, just because we're seeing landing doesn't necessarily guarantee that there's going to be feeding activity, at least seen within the window of time that the GoPro is recording. And a good example of that is with this wave petunia here, where we see mostly albopictus landing, and then no feeding was observed during the GoPro recording time. And so, like I said, I'd collect the alive ones in the morning and test them for fructose consumption using this anthrone method described by von Hendel several decades ago, where essentially the mosquito is crushed up in this anthrone reagent, and if it has fructose in its body, it will react with the anthrone and give this dark greenish color, indicating a positive test for fructose, which is a compound they'd only have in their body if they were nectar feeding. And so I've represented, of all the mosquitoes I collected alive, this is the percentage of mosquitoes that tested positive for fructose. And again, I have that represented across all the 11 ornamental species, and have the ratio of male to female above each of the bars here, with males being in this kind of, it's a little difficult to see, I imagine, but it's kind of this striped line for males, and then females have this polka dotted, almost solid pattern. And, you know, again, similar kind of thing going on here with some species only seeing positive tests from Egypti, these far right 3 species only seeing positive tests from Albopictus, and then a sex preference being formed as well. For example, Celosia only giving positive fructose tests from males. Something that I thought was interesting, if you remember, Wade Petunia saw that a decent amount of landings from Albopictus, but no feeding activity observed, but yet we're seeing here some positive fructose tests. And that could be just the volatile composition of the scent of the Wade Petunia is changing over a 24-hour period in a way that is attracting the mosquitoes more at a time that the GoPro is not recording. So it might be like later on in the night, they're more attracted and want to feed on it. Or it could just be that they are feeding off camera from like behind a leaf or a stem or something, which is definitely possible with species like Wade Petunia. And then additionally, we see, you know, on the other end of the spectrum, no feeding or no positive test with some of these species. Mexican heather, from before, seeing from the visitation assays, we saw very little landing and feeding from both species, and we're seeing no positive tests here, which is starting to, you know, strongly form this implication that it is repellent to mosquitoes. And jumping over to something a little more current, if you could tell by the title of the talk, which is kind of a spoiler, the goldenrod is like one of the most, if not the most attractive plant species that I tested. And so my PhD work is starting to focus a little more on that. And so what I've done over the fall is collect mosquitoes I've seen landed on wild goldenrod in Pandapis Pond, which is a nice park a few miles away from the Virginia Tech campus. And I've recently just been getting
Hey, Forde, I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, I think it cut out for some reason.
Okay, everybody, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Can anybody talk to Paul?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hey, Forde, are you still there? If you want to hit us up in the chat, tell me what's going on. We can figure out. I don't know, it might just be something on your end. I'm not sure. Bear with us, guys. I think Forde is disconnecting and reconnecting. So we'll see.
Do we want to try to connect back with him?
We can't connect back with him. He has to connect back to us. So I can see that he has signed out and is probably attempting to reconnect.
Okay, well, let's stop the clock.
That's a good plan, Betsy.
Thanks. So while we're waiting for Forde, there's some fantastic items on the webpage, and I really appreciate everybody really looking into the vendors' presentations. They do a lot for us throughout the year, so we really appreciate everything they do. We have the MAMCA conference coming up in February. And there's still time to log in for that. Get registered. So the MAMCA conference is in the middle of February. I'll give you an exact date. The MAMCA conference is on February 17th and 18th. And if you need information about that, there is a webpage that you can go on MAMCA. The AMCA is March 2nd through the 5th, and there's still time to register for that as well. Okay, I think we're going to try to move forward with our next presenter. Is that what I'm getting from everybody?
Yes, I think so, Betsy. So let's move on, move forward.
To TJ? All right, TJ, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right.
Okay. So everyone, we're going to have a presentation from TJ Carner. He works at York County as our mosquito control technician. And his talk will be about entomopathogenic fungus.
Wait, how do I change?
So let's welcome TJ. TJ, I'll let you know when you have a minute left for the presentation.
All right, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Got it.
All right, so as she said, my name is TJ Carner. I am the technician for York County Mosquito Control, and I'll be talking to you today about entomopathogenic fungi. What exactly is it? EPF are microorganisms that often infect insects and are fatal. Most of them are non-toxic to humans and do not harm plants. And it's kind of nature's biological way of regulating insect populations, but it usually doesn't occur at a consistent enough rate to cause heavy population loss. And it is a possible alternative to chemical-based pest control management methods. As you can see in the photos on the bottom, the one on the left is a mosquito that has been covered in the fungus, and the one on the right is another. How does it work? Infection usually begins with a contact action, like when it lands on it or lands anywhere near spores, which will then attach itself to the insect's cuticle. Once attached and under the right conditions, such as temperature and humidity levels, the spores will begin to germinate, and they'll begin to form sticky, specialized cells known as aprosoria. They'll begin to form near the segmented parts of the insect, and they will begin the process of penetrating the host exoskeleton through the formation of hyphae. Once the fungus has entered the insect's body, the hyphae continue to spread throughout the host and begin releasing toxins, causing paralysis and nutrient depletion, ultimately leading to the insect's death. And the photos in the below is, you can see the fungus is obviously growing out of that insect, but the photo on the right is, doesn't have it, getting it, and then like basically fully covered in it on the mosquito. Now, what led me here today to give this presentation, one of our trap sites, as you can see in the large circle on the right in the photo, is our trap site. Two separate trapping events that were about a week apart. We came across 3 Culex pipiens that were covered in an odd, clear, spherical fungus. And after some further research, we learned that what we may have found was the type of EPF. The site is located obviously in a cul-de-sac with a curb and gutter stormwater system. The smaller circle in the back, and the back up against the fence is a drop inlet that we believe a lot of these mosquitoes are coming from due to the heavy shade and the amount of debris back there, keeping the humidity levels consistent. It's an ideal habitat for pipiens and rescuans. And like I said earlier, the larger circle on the right is the patch of woods that we set our gravid and BG traps in. And here's 3 photos of what we found. As you can see, it's growing in between the segments on the abdomen, all around the head. Is this something that we can use as part of an integrated pest management system? It's currently used by farmers as an attempt to protect their crops. It's also an underutilized and underestimated method of pest management due to the lack of knowledge and research on its applications and effectiveness towards mosquito populations. With an increase in pesticide resistance, a new biological method may be able to help. And it also shows a lot of promise when it's used in conjunction with other biological or chemical methods. When it's used under the right conditions, as I mentioned earlier, temperature, humidity levels, all that, it can be used in storm drain systems where bacterial and chemical pesticides may be problematic or you just can't use them at all. And with some further research, EPF could become an integral part of your integrated pest management system or program. There are a number of possible issues that you could run into when using EPF. One of which is being able to use or picking the right fungus that is most effective against the insects that you are targeting. Other issues, as I mentioned before, correct humidity levels and temperature, the proper application of the fungus to the surface that you are trying to use. It has a limited shelf life, or the cultures have a limited shelf life, and the initial and recurring cost of implementing this in your program. If this method becomes more popular, they might place more strict federal restrictions on the use of it near running water. And obviously throwing something new into a storm drain system around people's yards and houses, you'll most likely raise some concern, and you'll need to educate the public on the use and safety of the new pesticide that you're using. When looking around, I found there are a lot of studies and not a lot of studies at the same time. A lot of people have just studied EPF as a whole and how it affects insects in general, but not a lot on mosquitoes specific. One particular one that I found was in the Coachella Valley, California, and they were using it in their drainage systems, and they had some promising results. If you're interested in any of the information or studies that I found, you can please feel free to shoot me an email and I'll send you the links to them. And in the future, we're going to take the information that we learn. We're going to continue to monitor that particular trap site next season and possibly add another trap closer to that drop inlet to see if we can find any more infected mosquitoes. And if we can get our hands on an aspirator, hint, hint, we can use it in the storm drain system in our area to see what we catch. And that's about all I've got. So thank you.
Anybody have any questions for TJ?
All right. TJ, this is Jay Kaiser from Suffolk. A couple slides back, there was some pictures going on, people dealing with the wall. What exactly is going on there?
So totally forgot to mention that. Thank you. That is a photo from the study from the Coachella Valley. That is how they exposed the mosquitoes to the spores to infect them, and they would leave them up against the wall for a period of time. Then they would use an aspirator to pull them back out and take them back to the lab to see how effective it was and their infection rates.
Hey TJ, this is Charles from Suffolk. I was wondering, how is this some type of aerosol? Is it how is this applied? And then how long does it take for that particular fungus to work? Because it did look like in the previous slides that cricket was a lot, seemed like it was alive and there was a whole bunch of stuff going on. And so how long does it really take to kill the mosquito? I think that question was also asked in the chat.
Based on what I found, it kind of varies based on temperature and humidity and what host it has infected. The one in the Coachella Valley, I want to say it was, they had left it up. They examined it for a 21-day period. And usually by the end of that, the ones who were infected and died had already died. I'm not really sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, also, how is it applied?
They had basically painted it on the wall. They had like grown the cultures in their lab and transported it to the underground storm systems and basically painted on the wall and see the system that you have on there. And they basically trapped the mosquitoes and like forced exposure up against the wall.
Probably want to take a look at those papers. So that sounds interesting.
All right, well, thank you, TJ. Our next presenter is Levi. Are you ready?
Yeah, it's Levy. I'm here.
Okay, Levy. Levy-san, it's automation of biting back against Aedes, save time and nurture community level interventions. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and get my screen to share. Let's see.
You should be able to share your screen now.
My system's having me restart GoToMeeting. Let me jump back out and jump back in real quick. It's for some reason it's doing that.
10-4.
Is Levy joining us from California?
Yes.
Cool. San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control.
Correct. I don't know why it's keep having me restart. Apologies for that. It keeps jumping me off. Let's try that again. All right, I can go ahead and get the screen share. The screen share button is not active for me.
Yeah, because it's showing both of the parts of you are off. So let me see if this is the right one. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Let's see. Try and find. It's not showing my PowerPoint screen at all. All right, I'll have to do my main screen. Hopefully that works.
We see you.
All right, do you see the slide up on the screen?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Awesome. Back in action. Cool. All right, let me get started before I burn any more time. My name is Levy Sun. I'm from the San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. Mentioning, as we mentioned before, I'm all the way out here in LA County, California. Now, I'm going to take you all away from our arachnids and insects and talk about another animal that is pretty important in effective vector control, and that's us, people. We're really great at problem solving. Unfortunately, we're notorious for causing our own problems, and that's especially true in an urban environment in the cities. And that's where we are in Los Angeles County. Here in LA County, our district is actually one of 5 vector control districts that serves the residents here. Just in our district alone, we have 26 cities packed with 2 million people in the small 287 square mile. And that's just our district alone. And we have no farmland or agricultural lands to speak of, so we are truly a concrete jungle. And as many of you might guess, it is the perfect environment for invasive Aedes. So unlike many cities in the United States, we're actually one of the few that ended up with these new Aedes species more recently. In the past 10 years, we confirmed the presence of Aedes albopictus, Aegypti, and Notoscriptus. Now, we kind of expected it, but we were actually very surprised more on the reaction of our residents to these Aedes mosquitoes coming in. Just like any animal reacting to stimuli, the first thing they want to do is find a solution. And what do? They pick up the phone, they go to the websites, and they submit a service request to their local vector control districts. And that's all because of this new bite pressure from Aedes, when they're used to the bite pressure and behavior of our native Culex populations. Now, as a put in context, we don't really have a large native Aedes population in our cities here. So Aegypti, albopictus, and Notoscriptus definitely changed how these mosquitoes are perceived by our residents. Now, in some cases, we actually saw well over 1,300 service requests come in within 1 month for a certain district. And it just completely stretched our resources thin when we are primarily focused on controlling for West Nile virus and the related species to that mosquito-borne disease. So what we found out too was that vast majority, actually 90% of our service requests or SRs were education heavy, which meant that 90% of visits to these properties in our cities only resulted in educating the homeowner or the property owner of what they need to do around the property and educating them about this new, quote unquote, new invasive Aedes species that are found around the property. And very rarely do we actually have to apply any kind of larvicide or adulticide on that property. A simple education was all that was needed, and it turned out it was kind of a time suck for our operations staff in the field. So they needed help diverting some of these education-heavy SRs over to our communications department. So, but that doesn't really help me out, because if we offload all these people to us, we're still spending a ton of time focusing on these individuals. So we decided to tackle it at a community level or neighborhood level type of education intervention, but at the same time automate it so that we're not doing so much intaking and spending too much time on the phones or in our emails. So I'm just gonna present to you all 5 really quick steps, and you'll have another chance at the end where I'll give you information on how to reach me for more information. But step 1 that we did was determine the objectives. And we ended up creating something called the Bite Back program. And it's really just a way to give residents the knowledge they need to tackle invasive Aedes species on the properties and in their neighborhoods. And this worked out really well, but we found out very quickly that it took at least 15 minutes to intake and onboard them. So we had to fine tune in our next step how we intake them, because spending 15 minutes per person may not sound a whole lot, but at a certain point, we had over 100 people wanting to sign up. If you multiply 100 people by the 15 minutes each, that's a lot of time dedicated to just intaking them and not yet giving them the information they need to take action. So we ended up looking at several online services to eliminate that 15 minutes completely. We started out people at MailChimp, which is an email marketing system that allowed them to intake their information. We use a service called Zapier, which is kind of like the glue between online services, and link them to Acuity Scheduling, where they can, on their own time, book an appointment with us. Then using Monday.com, which is a project management tool, allowed us to track their progress through this intake and onboarding process. And this whole thing didn't require any of us to interact with any of the residents. This whole process was completely automated, and it saved us of at least 15 minutes. Once we figured that out, we had to follow the literature regarding community level intervention, and almost all the literature stressed that these kind of neighborhood level interventions require the agency to make the participants accountable, which means once they sign up, it's not just good job, you're done. We need to find a way to engage with them continuously to make sure they will take action on what we teach them. So we needed to determine the data, for example, their phone number, their email address, their mailing address, whatever's needed so that we can stay engaged with them. And we used MailChimp and Monday.com to help us manage that kind of data. Next step was to actually look at the whole cost of growing and actually sustaining this bite back program. We determined that it would really require the capacity of one seasonal position equivalent, which in our district would cost about $20,000 a year. We're not a large outfit. We're pretty small compared to our sister agencies here in Southern California. And that was definitely too much for us to just add on a whim. So we took all of our online services and calculated the cost, and it was about $1,200 a year, which is a massive saving compared to the $20,000, which reduced the cost down to by 94%. And this is definitely a much better pill to swallow, and it still allowed us to achieve our objectives with this program, which is primarily to educate the residents, give them the information they need, and offload the burden from our operations team in the field. Step 5 is really more of an ongoing step. I'll be the first to admit that our automated processes isn't exactly 100% perfect, but every time we do some testing, we do find some flaws, we perfect them, and we get closer and closer to a near perfect series of steps that are automated. So I highly recommend, if you are looking at something like this, especially to automate how you interact with residents, testing is very important. So ultimately, the key takeaways here is that we completely shaved off our intake and onboarding time completely with residents. And the beauty of automation is that it can run without staff present. There was one time when our agency was actually closed due to COVID-19 issues or events here in our county. And we were originally concerned about our bite back program, but turns out people were still onboarding even without us being on the clock, which is perfect. We were able to save costs, and we were definitely able to relieve a lot of burden from our field operations staff. And it actually was interesting that we had a lot of organized residential communities sign on. We had a lot of HOAs and apartment complexes, which were normally huge headaches for our operations team to tackle, but they were able to move those folks over to us, and we were able to onboard them and work with the key community leaders of that community, whether it's an HOA board or a individual who stepped up to rally their neighborhood. So just to wrap up here, I want to acknowledge Ali Gaspar and Jessica Sams, our outreach assistants, who helped work behind the scenes. And as promised, there is a link there for those of you who are just calling in. You can check out this presentation file along with some other resources at sgvmosquito.org/VMCA. I'll repeat it again for the phone callers, sgvmosquito.org/VMCA. If you have your phones and you're looking at the screen, you can just go ahead and use your phone camera to scan that QR code, and it'll take you there directly. With that, thank you all so much. Just have a great week, everyone. Happy to be part of this conference, and please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions at all.
All right, thank you. That is perfect. We're going to move along to our next presenter, but anybody wants to reach out, please do, and get your information or get some information from Mosquito Vector Control from San Gabriel Valley. Our next speaker is Ada. Are you here?
Hi, this is Pablo. Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Pablo. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the title. Okay, so Pablo, welcome. You have a 10-minute talk, which I will stop you 1 minute before I let you know you have 1 minute left. And you're creating the perfect victim with Aedes. Am I saying that right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll start anytime, whenever. Oh, there you go. So your program will start.
Situated. Just full screen here for a second. Alrighty, you should be able to see my screen there.
All right, we can see you.
Alrighty, so my name is Pablo Cabrera, and I am the Communications Specialist with the San Gabriel Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. Just how Levy was presenting, we are located, we are one of the 5 districts located in Los Angeles County, and we service the San Gabriel Valley. I'll be providing some insight into the strategy behind Aedes creating the perfect villain, also known as the world famous mosquito. The biggest point we like to make when it comes to Aedes is that she's not a mascot. She's an educational tool that has allowed us to reach our diverse audience in a brand new way that is very new and very different. Aedes has allowed us to stay on top of social media trends, pop culture, be fun, a little sassy, all while staying true to our district's mission of providing the highest level of vectors and vector-borne diseases in the San Gabriel Valley. So how does a giant educational tool like Aedes, the mosquito, allow us to effectively deliver our message of vector-borne diseases to our audience? I broke it down into 3 different categories. The first one is Aedes has a story to tell. By creating a mosquito character, we're able to create a better connection and understanding the importance of mosquito prevention, mosquito biology, and everything that a mosquito would come in contact with. A lot of information in mosquito and vector control, which we're all familiar with, can be complicated or sometimes difficult for the general public to understand, because unfortunately, mosquito education isn't necessarily a part of your standard education or something that everybody learns along the way. We've all seen, and we've also seen how in public health messaging can quickly get misunderstood or take on a life of its own, like we've been dealing with a big lesson during COVID-19. The second part is to have fun in public health. This is my personal favorite, and I think one of the most important aspects that I like to highlight is to have fun with it, because we don't always want to be the boring politician in a suit in a nice park with the flag in the background telling you what to do. We have to know where to draw the line and how not to sound insensitive, but some of the topics we cover can be serious and they're not always necessarily a laughing matter. So that fine line is very important to understand. It's also an understanding that it's not the most glamorous thing and it's not going to be the flashiest thing to talk about, but it's important information that matters, and it's important how that information is presented and appropriately presented. It also helps to break down barriers that's created between the public and the information that's important for them to know. The last one is engagement. Aedes has given us such a unique opportunity to crank up the volume on interest when it comes to mosquito control. Mosquitoes are small, and I'm sure you can all agree with me, you can't direct a mosquito to stop or don't fly quite yet or tell them what to do. So having a giant educational tool like Aedes makes that far more engaging, far more creative, and a little humor and some character to it definitely helps with the public's understanding. So Aedes' story. So the look and design for Aedes was a long process because we knew what we wanted, but we also knew what we didn't want. It's a fine line between being anatomically correct, but also making sure she didn't look like the fly from the 80s movie. Some of the main things that we definitely wanted to highlight when it comes to Aedes was her femininity. And that right off the bat, just by looking at her, you can already tell female mosquitoes are the ones that bite and not males. By focusing on her femininity, we have her pearls, her pearl bracelet, her red heels, and her eyelashes to give her very much that classic look. And a lot of what Aedes looks like is also presenting her as an Aedes mosquito, and that was also very important to us and her story. Some other specific things and specific mosquito elements that we definitely wanted to highlight were, of course, her proboscis, which is one of the most important parts, her wings, and if you look closely, she does have her own pair of halteres, which was very important that we wanted to highlight, and our scientific program manager was super excited about that as well. And then also, she is an Aedes aegypti. We made her specific, and as you can see from her side, she has also already blood fed by the red stripe on her side as well. So these are all very key elements that we wanted to focus on of a mosquito and give her that look of an Aedes mosquito. The second part is having fun in public health. This is one of the most important aspects I like to emphasize because it creates that bridge between mosquito control and the public and help lead the public in the right direction and not towards misinformation. This is why we reference ADA as an educational tool and not a mascot. Like I mentioned before, every detail and adventure ADA takes is intentional and it has a much bigger meaning than just a Bernie Sanders meme that has gone viral. We understand that information coming from mosquito control can sometimes be complicated, and by creating videos, graphics, memes, and anything else in between, we continue to drive that knowledge in bite-sized information to the public and packaged it in a way that is best suited for our audience and in where we're presenting that information. This also allows us to better reach our audience in the platforms that they're in and ultimately driving them to better research and better understanding of mosquito education. ADA also allows us to remove that sometimes sticky layer of government that sometimes turns people away or can sometimes be a bit of a snooze fest. It allows us to better drive education, information, and without a stereotype of getting in the way or misinformation. My biggest inspiration when it comes to ADA is really comparing her to Smokey the Bear. Smokey the Bear was started in the 1940s by the U.S. Forest Service and has already become part of American culture. And as soon as you think of Smokey the Bear, you automatically think of fire prevention. That's the ultimate goal when it comes to ADA. As soon as you see her, we want you to instantly think of mosquitoes and mosquito prevention. We have already seen this as people on social media and the public take great pleasure in removing potential mosquito sources and tagging her on social media and driving that continued education. By leading with science and the correct information, we continue to drive this knowledge to the public and hopefully lead them to the research that scientists are working on and not misinformation. And lastly is engagement. Our biggest driver of information with ADA has been using her in videos. Now, these aren't 5-minute or 10-minute long videos. We strive for 30-second to 1-second videos max, to 1 minute videos max. Each video is part of ADA's story, and each one gives us an opportunity to provide new information. For example, in the first video we used our new ADA was her announcement video. Not only was it a way of showing off our brand new ADA, but it was also a way to deliver the message of Aedes mosquitoes, invasive Aedes mosquitoes in Southern California, and how we have, as humans, have created the perfect environment for them to establish themselves here in Southern California. Our second video was World Mosquito Day, which is August 20th, which also happens to be Ada's birthday. So adding those fun elements to it. But the biggest surprise about it was the opportunity to collaborate with Puerto Rico Vector Control and their mosquito, Vectorina. This provided a brand new opportunity for us to collaborate with an agency we had never worked with before, create a bilingual video in English and Spanish, and also continue to drive that message that mosquitoes are all over the place and everyone, wherever you live, are dealing with mosquitoes. Our third video was for Halloween. Halloween is one of our favorite holidays to create some fun videos with because it gives us that fun opportunity to have fun with stuff, but also it has that scary element that we can really drive with mosquitoes. We're already dealing with the world's deadliest animals, so ADA allowed us to be more creative with these holidays. And that's really important that we specify some of these holidays where it's appropriate to do these types of fun videos versus some where, for example, like Veterans Day, we're not even going to touch Veterans Day. That is something we're not going to mess with. But Halloween or Thanksgiving, those are some of the holidays that allows us to have a little more fun and drive mosquito education with those videos. And then our last video was for the holidays, we created All I Want Is Water and You. It's a play on words on the Mariah Carey classic, All I Want for Christmas Is You. This allowed us again to reference pop culture, but with a mosquito twist. And one of the biggest surprises that we've had working with ADA and having ADA being a part of our district is it has definitely improved our inter-office communications. Because we use our own staff for actors and voiceovers, we've seen that our staff looks forward to new videos and the opportunity to appear in them or help out with the videos. This has also helped up social media engagement by creating our own fan base, and they themselves are sharing the videos and encouraging others to watch and ultimately spread the message of mosquito education and mosquito prevention. That is it for me. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to present and give you some insight into what goes behind ADA's, our educational tool, and how she drives mosquito education to a diverse audience across all ages. I'm open to questions. My information is on the screen as well, my email and my social media if you want to follow me. You can also use the QR code if you're watching on your computer and just scan it. And there's more information on there as far as the videos that I talked about Ada, and how you can find her on social media and follow her as she continues to go.
Thank you. That was really great. And way to represent California, you guys. Anybody have any questions? They can go ahead and type it in the chat box or use the information for blah, 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 blah. All right. So our next talk is going to be a sustaining member presentation with Clarke. Jeff, are you close by?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Jeff, if you got something to share, you can share your screen now.
Okay, I am doing it right now. Thanks, Charles. Okay, I got to get this downsized a little bit so I can get to my show my slideshow. Okay, thank you everybody for the opportunity here to see you all in this meeting. A little bit about Clarke and what's going on with us these days. First off, I want to say thank you to everybody for your continued support and your friendship and the work that you all do for the association. Clarke is a global public health and product service company. Our mission is to make communities around the world more livable, safe, and comfortable. Our core values are caring for the planet. See if I can make that smaller. Caring for people, being passionate about what we do, and doing what's right even when it's hard. Let me try this again. Now it's not letting me move.
You could probably just press the arrow button to the right if you have the PowerPoint selected.
I did, but it's not letting me do it, Charles.
Okay.
There we go. We got ourselves to our lens of sustainability. We look at back in 2008, we put together a program where we looked at different things. We're now 100% carbon neutral. We have 43% less, and we've introduced 12 next-gen products and services. Industry trends. Last year, there was still triple E in Massachusetts and Michigan. We did 460,000 acres with Maris and 178,000 acres with Anvil 1010. Regulatory influence. There's a lot of stuff going on with NALID, pyrethroids, and chlorpyrifos. We'll discuss the interim decision on chlorpyrifos a little bit later, or our internal decision. We offer a complete line of biorational larvicides, Natural-R, Alticid, 4-Star, and Duplex, rotational options for every habitat. We have 2 unsynergized products in Maris 3.0 and Zenivex. We have organic crop OMRI certification for both natural and Maris formulations. And we have an ease on equipment, Duet HD for equipment and application. Very friendly to the equipment. What's new at Clarke? Well, we are the exclusive distributors for Biogens, which we are extremely excited about that. Let's see if I can go back. I'd like to still highlight our continued partnership with Central Life Sciences. It's a great company. I know you already heard from Jeff. We're exclusive on the 4-star product line, and we are agency on Duplex, Strike, Xenovex, and Alficid. We made a decision to sunset our chlorpyrifos product. We will make our final delivery in December of 2022. And the whole idea is to make room for a new adulticide with a new mode of action in 2023. We introduced SC late in the season this year. It is a suspended concentrated spinosad, no agitation required. It's highly stable. You can use it up to a week after it's mixed, and it does all kinds of other stuff. Maris 3.0 is really
1 minute.
getting 1 minute. Okay, Duet HD. What's also new for Clarke? A voluntary product exchange program. Many of you have heard that they found PFAS in Anvil 1010, and if you had it in stock, you were asked to quarantine the product. Any Clarke product that is in a plastic drum container will be replaced voluntarily. All you got to do is go on the website and tell us what you have. We'll pick it up and we'll replace it with brand new product in new containers, probably in April. And I'm sure many of you are going to be talking to me about that real soon. But again, I want to just sit there and say, the world needs mosquito control. And again, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. I'm done. Did I do it?
Thank you. You did it. You did it. Great.
All
2
right.
seconds left. Fantastic.
Woo.
Great job. Okay. We have another sustaining member presentation, Target Specialty Group, and it is a pre-recorded. So I'm going to send it over to you, Charles. I believe this will be Steve Molnar.
Is there no sound?
Is an IGR, a granule, Molnar.
Sorry about that, guys.
Greed and Target Specialty Product. My name is Steve Molnar, and I am so grateful to be at this year's Virginia Mosquito Control Association. For those that don't know, Target has been around for just over 50 years, primarily representing pest control and turf and ornamental. Over the past 10 years, Target has made great improvements to represent products known to the industry for your vector control programs. Our line of larvicides include a wide variety of briquettes, granules, and liquids. The Alticid line has a wide variety of residuals for granules and briquettes. If you need a single brood, liquid, or granule, or an extended residual briquette for 30 to 150 days, we have. Also, the new formulations of P35, Duplex G, and Alticid XR Ultra provide a residual at a low label rate for up to 30 days or more. Sumilard is the newest larvicide. It is an IGR, a granule, and new to 2021, comes in a water-soluble pouch. Sumilard is pyriproxyfen based, and with the application rates varying, you could see a wide variety of control, anywhere from 30 days up to a full year of control. And also new to 2020 and 2021 is the continuous success of Summit BTI granules and the briquettes. Our line of adulticides continues to grow each year. Last year, we were pleased to present Imperium, the 2% delta methrin product applied by air. Over 2020, many field trials have gone on and provided great success stories. Most notably, 90, 95%, 100% mortality rates were achieved throughout the industry, be it plane or drone. This, I am pleased to say, in 2021, we have now entered an exclusive partnership between Bayer and Target Specialty Products. The products such as Permanone, Aquareslin, and DeltaGuard can now be purchased through Target Specialty Products. We will continue to support these products in full. Not only to Bayer products for adulticides, Target Specialty Products carries Central Life products too. Zenovex E4, E20, and AquaZenovex E20, also combined with Permanex RTU, Permanex 3030, Permanex Aqua Permax, and Permax 3030 and 3166, continue to be a staple in all vector control programs. And for those that don't know, Target actually carries a full line of equipment. Focused around the Phoenix line, we have an 18 horsepower fixed flow or variable flow unit, an 8 horsepower fixed flow or variable flow unit, a 5.5 truck mount, ATV, or a cart driven unit. And then we have the new to 2020-21 is the Vectocammon, which is an electric machine. And for all the granule needs, whether it be BTI, methoprene, or any granule formulation, we have the Vortex unit, which is a hopper designed to apply granules, and it can come in either a 80-pound tank or a 250-pound capacity tank. And combined with all of these, we have the technology that can go on it with Fogger Log, which will record all of your tracking and your data used through nightly missions of UOV. And new for 2021, Target has reached an agreement with Leading Edge Technologies to become their national distributor for drones, drop vision, and precision vision, along with fleet vision if you have those. So if you have any drone requests or needs, please feel free to reach out and contact me, and I'll be more than happy to assist. And finally, Target has a wide variety of services that we can offer you and your staff. We have workshops available, product field trials, CEU workshops, in-house and online, equipment calibration and particle testing, and consultation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Target. Reach out to Steve. He's a great guy. Okay, we're going to move on to our next presentation, which will be virtual science kits for the invasive Aedes from Heather Hyland, Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control. Are you around, Heather?
It's pre-recorded, Betsy. I will have that.
Alrighty, let's roll then. Fantastic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Hyland. I am the Public Information Officer for the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District in California. Thank you, East Coast, for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. I am going to be sharing a PowerPoint about, I title it The Little Science Kit That Could, how a science kit helped outreach efforts in a time of COVID. I would like to thank our communications department, Laura Young, Hester Petropoulos, and Brianna Ball for the development of this kit that we put together. Okay, so let's start. COVID strikes, now what? When COVID hit, all of our outreach programs were canceled, our school programs canceled. It was time to take new measurements to reach residents and youth at the same time. Our team had always thought of a virtual education platform, and now was the time to start developing it because everything was canceled. So we started to develop a plan B, started producing more video content for our viewers, reaching out to students virtually in creative ways. We thought, let's connect with city members to share virtual posts and connect with large organizations to help spread our message. Enter the Science Kit idea. Our main goal was to bridge the gap between missed in-person teaching opportunities and community events since those have been canceled. So we thought, let's create a booklet, easy to follow, make it creative, insert a fun craft, and the kit will allow both parents and children to learn about shared responsibility of mosquito control. So the science kits, you can see a picture of them right here. It came with a life cycle lesson, mosquito breeding source hunt, build your own mosquito model, which is so cute, mosquito word search, mosquito Mad Libs, and a coloring activity. And they were a success. We thought, oh, we'll probably get 30 or 40 submissions and requests, send them out, no big deal. Well, in a matter of a week, we started to see an increase in the submissions from 100 up to 704. And then we also had cities and individual teachers reaching out for a total of 2,189 kits. And, our team is small, so we freaked out a little. But the other important information that we saw when we started gathering information from the submissions, when people were filling out the forms, 38% of those residents signed up were in Aedes infested areas that were our newest cities. That really showed us a lot. And the average age of children was 7 years old. Our social media tags helped our efforts. This is one of our little GIFs that we sent out on Twitter. And the kits began to spread word of mouth. We thought we would just put it out on our website. The city started to tag us. And if anybody knows about mom influencers, that is who you want to gear your tags for. We actually had an influencer mom from Irvine tag us in these kits, and she ordered some. The next day, we had 100 submissions from Irvine. So if you really want to reach out in educational ways via kids, mom influencers are the way to go. We found that out fast. So here is some of the data we collected. We wanted to measure the success of the kit. So after sending out our first batch of science kits, we decided to reach out to the parents via email and conduct a sample survey to obtain feedback on how we could improve the kits, and most importantly, if the kits encourage families to reduce breeding sources, because that was our main focus. So we did have great feedback from the parents who participated, and of course, we did have an incentive. If you fill out the survey, you would be put into a lottery to win a free gift card. Okay, so this kit encouraged my family to reduce mosquito breeding sources at home. This, like I said, was our main focus, and we did get the data we really wanted, which was they strongly agreed that it did help them. So we did want to measure the activities to see which activity the children enjoyed the most. So as you can see, the art and science craft for the win. The number one choice for the activity was mosquito model craft. That meant we would invest more time into creating a more efficient model that would cut the cost of materials and staff labor. So we were also pleased that another loved activity was the breeding hunt. So that's making something educational and fun beneficial for both parties involved. So the cost of the kit, as you can see, The total cost for just one kit was $4.09. They were a bit expensive to produce, but with the cost savings from outreach events, we felt it was worth the investment. With the first-time projects, there's always a learning curve, pros and cons, room for improvement. We did experience some minor drawbacks after the launch. We had some problematic pencils. So 1 minute, they weren't a problem when we sent them in an envelope. The next minute, when we dropped them off at the post office, there was a different staff member there saying, no, this is categorized as a package, which made it increase immensely. We did have to eat some of that money because they were already sealed, ready to go, and labeled. We no longer have pencils in the kits. That was fine. But you can't estimate how long the kits can produce. So we did time someone stuffing the actual envelope. So it was about over a minute for them to stuff the actual kit. We did have Bray School District call us wanting 1,820 kits. And we also had Orange County School District call us wanting 3,000 kits. We did tell them this would take some time due to staff labor, and due to COVID, we did have staff working remotely. So we're going to have to reassess those plans to create more kits. So future plans, we're going to reduce labor for staff. We're going to purchase self-adhesive envelopes. We're going to actually design a mosquito model cutout instead of having all those little tiny materials that we have to stuff in the envelopes. We're going to expand our kit collection by age group. We did have a lot of teachers and parents reach out to us individually saying they did want kits for an older age range for them. So we're going to do that. We're going to reduce mailing costs, of course, and we're going to continue conducting surveys, and that will actually help us gauge pretty much which age range we're going to focus on more. We look forward to the future. If you guys have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out to me. This was such a lifesaver for us during COVID. It really helped us reach out to more people than we expected. So if you want to try it, I would say go for it. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Right, that was really nice. Good one. You can direct all your questions to the webpage provided. So, okay. All right, so we're going to move on to sugar feeding and species assemblage of mosquitoes along landscape gradients. This is Morgan. Then, I'm gonna Gleason.
Hi.
Virginia.
Yeah, Morgan Vandergeesen. Thank you.
Hey, Morgan. Sorry, I didn't mean to butcher your name too bad.
I understand.
Okay, Charles, are you ready?
Yeah, she's the presenter, so she can share her screen now.
Okay. I'll let you know when you have a minute left.
Okay, I cannot share my screen still. When I click it, nothing pops up. Okay, let's try this. All right, can you all see my screen now?
You are good to go, yes.
Awesome. So hi, my name is Morgan Vandergeesen, and I am in the Leyhunde Lab in the Department of Biochemistry at Virginia Tech. And I'm going to be presenting a little bit of our work on sugar feeding and species assemblage in Virginia. So a little bit of background, as we know, mosquitoes are one of the deadliest organisms in the world. But what a lot of people don't know is how much so many different environmental factors impact mosquito populations. So higher temperatures and humidity reduces desiccation and mosquito activity, as well as the duration between a blood and sugar meal. And sugar is specifically important for survival, mate finding, and the flight of both males and females. And sugar feeding typically increases when environmental conditions are really dry and hot. So we wanted to start looking at how all these factors actually shape mosquito populations. And something that's also important for this is elevation, because mosquito populations and the species richness declines above 1,600 meters. So that impacts what actually mosquitoes are going to be found at different elevations. So for this, we started looking at two primary questions of how do habitat-specific environmental parameters shape mosquitoes' assemblage, as well as the prevalence of sugar feeding among these different mosquito populations in these different habitats. So we chose 10 different trapping locations, and these are all in Montgomery County and Giles County in Virginia. So traps 1 through 5 were in downtown Blacksburg, where Virginia Tech is located. And here there's a very high human population, and it's a reasonably low elevation. Traps 6 through 8 are our forested sites, and these are very low human prevalence and a higher elevation. And traps 9 through 10 are our subforested kind of Pandapus locations that are just outside of the town of, well, they're in Blacksburg, but they're just outside of the Virginia Tech area. So what we want to do is make sure that we are putting the traps in the right places to get a variety of mosquito species. So we looked at the Enhanced Vegetation Index, which you can see traps 1 through 5 are in a very low vegetation area indicated by the latitude and longitudinal. And then as we go into red, this is very little vegetation. And as we go to green, it's high vegetation. And the other 2 trapping locations, the subforested and the forested, had a significantly higher vegetation. And when you look at landscape disturbance, which is a kind of a nightlight graph where the same longitude, latitude, and trapping locations were indicated, the dark is very little light pollution, and the top where it's bright is very high light pollution. So again, the urban locations had a significantly higher light pollution, indicating that there's a greater human population in that area. So we used BG Sentinel trap, which was intact with CO2 to attract mosquitoes, as well as a human odor blend and a battery which creates a continuous flow of this odor plume that attracts mosquitoes in and then traps them in the bag. And we used an eye button to track the temperature and humidity readings. So overall, we trapped about 11 different species, and then we divided them by significance into this first graph A. So we trapped from April through October, with some into November and a little bit into March, but there were very few mosquitoes at this time. And overall, you can see on the right here is that little graph where the lighter color means that there's less mosquitoes trapped, and the darker color in the black is over 150 mosquitoes trapped in that week period. And these traps were specifically deployed for 16 hours to prevent mosquito desiccation, so we could still do sugar analyses on these. So overall, what we noticed is that the forested locations had an overall higher relative humidity and a overall lower temperature just based on those night temperatures and the elevation factors. And the urban location had a overall higher temperature and lower humidity. So then we looked at the actual sugar feeding of those trapped mosquitoes. So an individual mosquito is added to an anthrax reagent. The mosquito is crushed, and then tested for the presence of sugar. So the negative control is we found no sugar, and that's usually a yellow solution. And a positive control, it means we found sugar, and that's a blue solution. So when we look at the actual proportion of mosquitoes that were sugar-fed compared to the date, we saw a lot of interesting trends. But what was most important is that the number of the mosquitoes, as the number of mosquitoes increases indicated by a larger dot, the presence of and the proportion of sugar feeding significantly decreases, which we were actually surprised about. So when we looked at the actual proportion of sugar fed across the different habitats, we found the most sugar fed mosquitoes in the forested, and then secondarily in the urban, and then the least in the suburban. Something else we wanted to look at that's been kind of conflicting in different previous studies is how body size relates to sugar feeding. So body size is a function of wing length at emergence, and there's been a lot of conflicting results saying that larger body size does correlate with increased sugar feeding, and then there's some that say that it does not significantly impact sugar feeding. So what we did is we took the individual mosquitoes that were trapped, and I measured their wings on a micrometer under a microscope, and I took the average wing length of the 3 top species that we caught the most of. So Aedes albopictus and Aedes vexans were in the urban, and Culex pipiens, Quinquae fasciitis were in the subforested and forested locations. And we noticed a trend between these, which can also be justified by the log of the carbohydrates versus the wing length, is that we did see a correlation between wing length and average sugar gut concentrations. So we collected a lot of data. We have a lot of variables. So we wanted to use this to actually find out what is driving mosquito populations. Specifically, since we have the most data for Aedes albopictus, we focused on this species. So we have the temperature values, we have the relative humidity values, and we thought these would be the most important to look at. So we designed this kind of generalized linear model based on these AIC values, which tests one model against another model to find the best. You can see as you begin to take out these different variables, which is indicated by the black, and you keep other variables, the AIC decreases. So with all of the variables intact, we developed this blue model, which includes the mean temperature, mean relative humidity, the minimum temperature, and then the max temperature. So you can see the black line is actually the number of mosquitoes trapped, and the orange line is the model's prediction of how many mosquitoes we would think would be trapped with those temperature and humidity values. That model does a really good job of demonstrating what the actual mosquitoes trapped are, especially towards the beginning and the end of the season that we trapped in. And so what we want to do next is see which ones are most significantly impacting mosquito populations. So we chose one of the more minimal models, specifically this one with the red AIC, and that ended up being the mean temperature, the minimum temperature, and the mean relative humidity. And for this, we thought the minimum temperature and the maximum temperature would be the most important, and the minimum temperature actually ends up being the driving factor behind a lot of this. So this model, while it doesn't do as good of a job predicting mosquito populations, it's very closely aligned with the actual overall trends, especially as you get later in the season. So overall, we found that mosquito populations and their sugar feeding behaviors significantly vary with habitat-specific environmental conditions. And we also predict that a lot of the habitat-specific vegetation, specifically how urban environments have more urban flowers, more ornamental flowers, whereas the forested locations have more wildflowers, significantly drives the impact of sugar feeding and prevalence of those specific mosquitoes. And most importantly, we can actually model urban mosquito populations using the humidity and temperature values. The future directions of this study is to model future mosquito populations with predicted environmental conditions, significantly climate change, and potentially other different kind of factors that may impact that. And overall, the goal was to understand mosquito survival in a habitat-dependent context. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge my advisors as well as my lab members, especially Forde Upshur and Sarah Tardabini and Joanna Reinhold, who did a lot of this trapping with me, and then our funding and support. And I would gladly take any questions.
All right. Well, Morgan did a great job.
Morgan, there is a question from Laura Harrington. She asked, freshly enclosed mosquitoes have baseline fructose levels. Did you subtract that from your data?
So we have not finalized this data yet, but we are basically minimizing, yes, that introductory fructose level. But since we trapped them we trapped them 16 hours, and then we actually had to drive up to 40 minutes back to Virginia Tech, there's a potential that that baseline fructose has actually already been kind of reduced and partially desiccated. So we have to figure out the exact calculation for that. Of course.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I noticed you're using Culex quinquefasciatus, whereas we have Pipiens in Virginia rather than quinquefasciatus. I'm just curious why that is.
So since we didn't perform any genetic testing, which is the only way to like definitively determine whether it's quinquefasciatus or Pipiens, we decided to include that just to be more broad, since all of this was done just based on morphological traits.
Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming these are cage trials at these different locations?
Can you specify what you mean? Like whether they were free flying?
Mosquitoes? I mean, it looks like one of your sites is up towards the Cascades, which is pretty high elevation. I'm wondering what species you would be finding up there.
We found a little bit of Ochlorotatus candidensis and the Culex species also. But overall, we did not trap that many mosquitoes at that high elevation, but there are a lot of free-flying Japonicus mosquitoes, like a lot of free-flying, but they're not specifically attracted to our traps. So that's going to be kind of later incorporated using some oviposition traps in the following years.
Okay, thanks.
Of course.
You know, it would be great, and Laura's making this comment, and I was thinking the same thing, that you could possibly just start a Culex pipiens colony and just keep it going.
We actually have started to do that with our local Culex pipiens as well as the Japonicus, and we recently moved labs, so hopefully this upcoming season we'll be able to get a strong colony going that can survive our moves.
Awesome.
All right, well, thanks a lot. That was really interesting. We're going to move on to our next presentation. First impressions of the BG Pro, Nate Noggle. Is Nate with us?
Here I am.
Fantastic. You might want to speak a little louder. I'll let you know when you have a minute left.
Okay, great. I am the presenter. There we go. Hopefully everybody can see my screen there.
We can see you, but your audio is a little thin. I can't really hear you too well.
Is that any better? Maybe I just need to.
Not so much.
Is that any better?
Maybe move closer.
I'm wearing a headset.
Ah.
I will just try and talk really loud. How's that?
Wonderful.
All right, there we go. Okay, so I am presenting our impressions that we've had of the Biogens Pro Trap, which is a relatively new offering from Biogens, and this is really just preliminary. Kind of our first impressions and our first initial use of it. So there's nothing real in depth here. It is a pretty cool little unit. What I'm going to discuss is kind of what the trap is if you're not familiar with it, and then kind of what our initial thoughts and uses for the trap could be, because it is a little different than the sort of the typical things that we would normally buy from. Like John Hawk or BioQuip, that standard Sentinel, BG Sentinel, CDC light trap, and Gravid trap. Kind of give a brief review of a comparison study that we did, and then a little bit of pros and cons of the trap, and then what we plan on doing with it for the future. So the BG Pro is designed as a modular trapping system. And kind of right out of the box, you can set it up as an EVS trap, configure it as a CDC light trap, and then as a BG Sentinel configuration. And on Biogen's website, I have a little quote there that says, "You will be able to create new styles with the modular system and optimize your BG Pro to your needs." I've seen a few things where some folks have flipped this thing upside down and sent it over Gravid water and use it as a Gravid trap as well. It is pretty versatile, and you can get different pieces to make it do different things. The parts and the design, kind of the way the parts are put together and the way they're configured, is a real similar design and quality to what you would normally get from Biogens, and the pricing is in that same kind of range of what you would expect to pay for. Getting a CDC light trap or getting a BG Sentinel, a little more expensive than going out and buying a Gravid trap or building a Gravid trap. But, it's not going to break the bank for what it is, and especially the versatility that it brings. So let's take a kind of a closer look at it. The picture on the right here, we have it. This is just a picture I took in my office of it. We have it configured here as a CDC light trap. So it comes with the little hat or whatever you want to call that over the top of it. Right here, you can kind of see there's this LED light strip. I kind of have it pulled up so you can see it in the picture there. Inside this tube is where the catch bag goes, and the fan is on the very bottom. So it's kind of a notable thing about it that I'll discuss in the next slide. And then the battery storage is actually in the trap. So the battery goes right here and hangs with it. So you don't have any wires or a battery that needs to sit on the ground. The picture on the left here is the kind of how the whole thing comes to you. On the right here is a storage bag that everything fits into. It also doubles as a dry ice cooler. We didn't use dry ice with it. We actually used bottled CO2 with a line run to it. This is kind of like a cooler that you'd get as a handout. I don't know how dry ice would do in there, but that's what it's marketed as. But it definitely works well as a storage bag. And then you have all these components here, and as I said, it is modular, so all these things kind of have like a twist and lock system to go together. Some of the notable design features that we found is they kind of switched up the blade design. So, you know, right here is a picture of the fan, and it's definitely a much more aggressive angle on the blade, and it's only 3 blades. As opposed to, I think there's 7 or 8 in a normal, Biogen's Sentinel trap fan, which is like a computer fan. So this is definitely redesigned, and it moves a lot more air. We did some wind speed tests against this fan, against a Sentinel fan that you would get, and this definitely moves more air faster. I don't have those numbers. I don't actually know if we wrote them down. We were kind of just poking around with it. At the top here, there is a little hatch that will close. So when the fan is running and the trap has power, that will hinge open to allow mosquitoes to be able to be sucked in. But as soon as you lose power and the fan stops, that will hinge close to prevent any mosquitoes from escaping. And then the final notable feature is this trap will run off of a power bank battery. So this is a 20,000 milliamp power bank that we bought. It's like a tough version, waterproof, freeze-proof, designed to be outdoors. It was a little more expensive than buying a regular sealed lead acid battery, but it's probably pretty close to in line what you would pay for what we run our BG Sentinels off of. You get a little more there. The big kind of advantage to that is it's so small, it's so light, and with being charged with a USB and just a wall block charger is a kind of a big advantage. And we ran it initially here in the office just to see how long the battery would last, and we ran it for over 90 hours. It died sometime on the 4th day, so that's pretty darn good because we can't get that long out of an SLA battery. So our initial thoughts and things that we were going to use it for is, since it is a modular design, it would allow us to give, 1 or 2 of them to each of our field staff, that they would be able to configure it on the fly based on, what they're seeing in the field outside of our normal traps. So if they're going to a site visit or a service request and, someone says, hey, I'm getting eaten up by, these mosquitoes at night, and we're not looking at an albopictus situation, boom, they can, go ahead and set it up as a CDC light trap, or, the inverse, they'd be able to set it up as a Sentinel if we think that this is an albopictus problem. Kind of one tool to be able to fit multiple roles, and especially if we would figure it as a gravid trap, we could do some QLEX surveillance as well. We wanted to save on battery charging time and space. We have an entire shed with a whole, wall and a shelf full of chargers that, we have to constantly kind of swap batteries and charge them. So be able to save time and weight and space would be a huge advantage. And then kind of the third thing would be just to have on hand as extras as we, sort of that war of attrition on traps throughout the season. We're setting almost, 70 trap locations, and each trap location gets a a sentinel, a CDC light trap, and a gravid trap at each location. So we end up doing a lot of repairs mid-season, and sometimes we get low on traps. So having the ability to just go ahead and have one of these and configure for what we need in the meantime would be a big advantage. So what did we do? We tested it. We did a one-to-one test trapping events throughout the summer against the CDC light trap, because that was our chosen configuration. We did bait the traps with CO2 and their respective light source. We ran them for 24 hours. We had 4 locations, and like I said, we ran it June through October. Just sort of a very simple thing where the folks that had the traps were dropping them off, the BG Pros with the CDC next to it, letting them run, come back. That was it. We didn't really have time to set up a real experimental design on it. It was just kind of like, hey, are we going to catch mosquitoes, and is it going to be similar to what we would expect to get from a CDC light trap? So here are the results, and this is the just the total number of mosquitoes caught by week. You can see the blue is the BG Pro, the orange is the CDC light trap that were set with them, and very, very similar results. You can't really get 2 lines that are much closer. And I would even say, digging into the data, kind of week by week, site by site, if you were getting a certain species at one site, both traps were catching them at similar rates. I didn't dive that deep into the data, but they are very, very close. And here, the same thing, the average number of species caught per week. Again, this is very similar. You would expect if the CDC was catching 5 species, that BG Pro was doing the same, and you see a very similar curve over time here with the number of species that we're catching. So if we just compare them kind of side by side here, you can see the BG Pro, we caught 608 mosquitoes throughout the season. The CDC Light caught 633. Those averages are very close, 11.5 to 11.9. The BG Pro caught 24 different species. The CDC Light Trap caught 23 different species. And I'll say on there, we had a pretty wide range of species that were caught, but the vast majority of them were exactly what you would expect from a CDC Light Trap, at least for us. And that would be Aedes vexans, Culex erraticus, and then just a hodgepodge of anopheles. And that probably constituted about 70% of what we caught. We did get a number of Serophora. We did get some weird things. We got a couple Aedes tormentor in there, which is not super common for us. So they did what they were supposed to do. And then, those average of the species per week, again, very similar. So just after, real brief, real simple kind of look at it, the BG Pro in the CDC configuration definitely is about as close to what you would expect from a CDC light trap. So pros and cons, I'm going to put this out there as more of a give and take than a pro and con, but what we had was, okay, oh, there we go. A pro of the BG Pro would be that you get a longer lasting, a lighter, easier to use power bank as your battery source. But kind of the con to that, or the takeaway, is that it is a little cumbersome of a trap to set up. There's a lot of pieces, and the folks that were setting this definitely said, hey, this is a little more cumbersome. And it's kind of weird that you have this LED light bar, but they don't really give you a place to attach it to the trap. It kind of just hangs out there. It's just a little bit of an awkward thing. The catch bag is actually prior to the fan, whereas in the CDC it's after the fan, so your mosquitoes don't get all chewed up. And then you do have this functioning trap door that does help to minimize escaping mosquitoes. Whereas in the CDC light traps, they just have that flap that wears out over time, and it really doesn't do a good job even when they're brand new. The con to that, and I see someone put it in the comments already, is there is an oppressive, and I use that word exactly the way it's supposed to mean, oppressive amount of bycatch. You get every gnat and and midge possible in there. And that's probably because of that LED light as opposed to the incandescent bulb that's in the CDC. I think if you ran it without the LED, which we did not try, we discussed it, I think you'd probably be able to minimize that a little bit. The last one is that modular design allows for, really quick, flexible configurations. Kind of after using it and getting feedback, yeah, you get those different configurations, but they don't work quite as well as a trap that was made to, from the beginning to solely be that design. So if you're looking to be flexible, this is, it seems initially that this is a really great way to go. But if you're like, hey, I want to do nothing but CDC light trapping, or I want to do nothing but sentinel trapping, I think you would be better served to get those traps. But, for flexibility on the fly, this is definitely a good way to go. So for the future of it, we just want to do some more tests in general to see what, long-term the durability is like on this. I would imagine it's pretty good. Like I said, it's built in the same kind of materials and quality as Sentinels. And, we've got some Sentinels that are really, really old that, we just basically replace fans on them and they're, as they burn out. And the materials hold up really well. And these seem to be built in that similar kind of quantity. We do need to troubleshoot some hiccups with the batteries and the trap shutting off. We had two that kept having issues that we never really chased down, which I will say I did not account for in those charts and graphs. So there were a couple of suspected failures in there that where the field staff showed up and the trap wasn't running, but there were mosquitoes in there, so I still counted it. But it could have very well been that they'd shut off halfway through the night and didn't get a full night of collection, and the BG Pro numbers could have been higher. And then we do want to test out what the different configurations are. Maybe try to set it up as a gravid trap, try to set it up as a sentinel, and see, hey, we're going to get similar kind of results. And then, the acknowledgements, these folks here, Ciro and Eli really helped, get them set up and get them out in the field. Maddie Moore and Francis did all of the field trapping on it and most of the ID, and really did a great job, especially given everything that was going on, to even sneak in a small project like this was a big deal. So I was real happy. And outside of that, I will answer any questions I see. There's a couple in the chat. I can kind of rifle through them real quick if I have time. Mitch, yes, the LED caught a lot of junk bugs. Why not attach a light bar under the lid? We kind of did. It was kind of up to the field staff to do that. It was still just, you have that nice little strip on there. We made some clips and things. We wanted it exposed to the outside. So there are ways to do it. I just found it a little awkward that they didn't give you something to kind of attach it to. And Betsy says the lights are gone in our CDC. We don't really pay attention to it in our CDCs. If they're working, they're working. If they're not, we don't really care. It seems that when you set a CDC light trap without the light, it still catches mosquitoes just as well. In general, question. I don't know if a BG can be configured to use a power bank instead of a typical 12 volt. I think you would probably need to switch it out for a new fan. I think the fans that come in the BGs draw too much power to use a power bank on, but the fans that come with the Pros that I believe are available for purchase, and maybe that's something to ask Jeff because they're the new BG distributor. You might be able to just swap out the fans. The new fans are fantastic. Like I said, that aggressive 3-blade design does move a lot of air. And Karen said we use double-sided tape. Yeah, there's a number of ways to get it on there, to get that LED on there. And I think that's it. I think we're out of questions.
All right. Anybody else?
We should have both those bullshit if that's what.
Anybody else got any questions?
I think that's it, Betsy.
All right. Well, fantastic job. We're going to try to get Forde back, right? Forde?
I don't know
Are
if
you
he's in the room. He's not in the room currently, so.
All right. Well, they were some great talks. Really appreciate it. I'm going to turn this back over to Tim to make some announcements. So thank you.
Hopefully everybody stays back for the business meeting. For those who are not staying back for the business meeting, I just wanted to remind you that you need to send the recertification sheets to Jay by February 12th. They have to be the originals. And please support the sustaining members. Make sure to log into the website and give them some love. Anything else I'm forgetting?
Before everybody goes, it would be great if we could possibly get everybody that can to activate their webcam, and we can do another screenshot to get everybody on here to do a photo of what our VMCA 2021 annual meeting looks like. So if you all could possibly turn on your webcam so we can see you guys and we can do a quick screenshot, that would be wonderful. Thank you all.
Also, a quick reminder, be sure to fill out the surveys and committee sheets on the website as well, for those that are interested.
Awesome. I guess this is all of you. Hi. One, two, three, cheese. Cool.
All right, fantastic. Let's take a quick 5-minute break before we go into the business meeting, and I will see you then. Hey, Charles, do you have a, can you pull up the business meeting agenda and put it on the screen for us as well?
I don't know if I have that there.
All right, I can shoot it to you real quick.
Okay.
I mean, if Tim is going to be the presider of the business meeting, wouldn't it make sense to make him the presenter, and he can have it on his screen?
Sure.
It would definitely make sense, except I'm using my phone.
Ah, gotcha.
Charles, I'm shooting you the agenda now.
10-4.
It's going to be in PDF, so it's not going to be probably the easiest thing to put up there, but
should be okay.
See, Dr. Gaines is going to join us. How you doing, Dr. Gaines? You're still muted, though.
Hey, now I'm here.
Ah, there you are. Thanks for being willing to give 2 talks. I know that sometimes it's hard to get all everything, especially this year.
Yeah, sorry about that first talk. I usually have a lot more to say, but I was fighting with corrupted spreadsheets and pivot tables and having a hell of a time putting a presentation together.
Yeah, I actually heard from Andy up in Pennsylvania. He was curious about PCR testing. He didn't see any data on PCR up in Northern Virginia. Did they test or?
Yeah, well, I presented the PCR for QX PIPRAS in Northern Virginia. There were a whole lot of positive other species detected by Prince William. And I just ran out of time to try and put that chart together. It seemed a little bit strange that Fairfax tested a lot of species, but didn't detect any positives other than PIPRAS. But Prince William detected a lot of, Erraticus and Vexans and other species that don't commonly test positive, but occasionally test positives. I have a feeling maybe they were detecting mosquitoes with low levels of infection. Maybe they had fed on an infected bird or animal, but had not developed enough West Nile in their system to actually transmit.
Yeah,
Dr. Gaines?
Dr. Gaines, on that for. Oh, can you guys, Dr. Gaines, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So our lab, we switched teams that we were working with, and they kind of changed the way that they reported the numbers back to us. So a lot of those that you saw, I think there was some confusion between what Ciro sent and what the lab sent and whatever. A lot of what you saw didn't confirm per our protocol, and a lot of them were, they were really high hits. Those the Albopictus and the Erraticus and the Salinarius that came up, they did confirm. They tested positive on the initial run, but then they didn't confirm on the second primer set. So we only had a handful that truly confirmed as positive per what the lab's protocol is and what would be considered an actual West Nile positive. And that happens almost every year. It's just so I don't think that normally gets shared. And I think the way that since we were working with a new team, I think there was sort of some confusion in how that information was kind of passed back and forth. And I can have Ciro follow that up with you just to make sure that what we sent to you is actually correct.
Yeah, I'd like to see that updated data. It seems strange that you would have so many positive bridge vectors. Primary vectors that if you had that many, you would have seen some human cases.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and every year we get, for whatever reason, on the East End, that anomaly happens where we end up getting a whole bunch of, again, those bridge vectors, Erraticus, Albopictus, and Salinarius, that they show up initially, that first test that's run, they're positive, but then they never confirm. And I think it was just, like I said, the lab that the team that we would normally work with, she ended up moving down to Virginia Tech. So we're using the same lab with a different team. And then, of course, we did that switch halfway through the year. That took effect July 1st. And they were sending information. We had a couple little hiccups with kind of sharing things back and forth because they kind of changed the way they did it versus what we were used to. And yeah, we'll make sure we get you a full correct data set with what was actually positive, because it was only Pipiens and Restuans that confirmed positive for West Nile.
Yeah, I'd like that. I'd like to add it to the presentation. Not that everybody in the VMCA will see it, but at least the presentation will be on record. There's some other things that I was trying to add to the presentation, but I just ran out of time, ran out of sleep.
I got you. No worries. I'll make sure Cyril gets that to you.
Hey, Dr. Gaines.
Yeah.
I need you, this is Betsy. I need to get your presentation so I can present it to MAMCA or some information for you for the MAMCA meeting.
Yeah, and I'm presenting at MAMCA also. How soon do you need it?
It'll be basically just a little bit. I won't have much of it unless you want to just do it, and then I'll just do other things, which is fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I'd like to make some changes to it because, it was a work in progress when I presented it. And how soon?
We'll just let you do your thing, and I'll figure out something with Tim.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Hey, Jay, I did not look at the clock. I think we're at 5 minutes. I think pretty much we're good to go for the business meeting, correct?
I honestly was not looking at the clock either, so I'm not sure.
Well, I think I glanced up at the clock when me and Dr. Gaines started talking, and it was 12:39. So I think we're good.
Hope I didn't take too much time.
No, you're good, Dr. Gaines.
Okay.
Just a quick throw out there. Is everybody on the executive board? Are they present?
Present.
Could probably be good to have the board share their cameras just so that you guys know that y'all are there and present and doing the business meeting. Don't know if y'all want to do that.
Doing the business.
Julia, are you up here? Let's see, do I see her on the list? I see City of Newport News is on. So
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, she's there. All right. Andy is not here. Wes, I do not believe he is here. If you are, Wes, speak up. I do not see him on the attendees list either. And then that would be Betsy, myself, and Jay. That would be the executive board. Did I miss anybody?
You're missing Kurt, but I don't see Kurt's name up there.
Oh. Did I miss Kurt? Kurt, are you a caller? All right. Well, I'll say 12:46. We're going to call to order the business meeting of the VMCA. Our secretary is ready to take notes. You good to go? Good to go. All right. Thanks everybody for keeping in with the business meeting. Again, this would normally be an Andy thing, but unfortunately he's not able to be with us this meeting. So we're going to straight to business. 2020 business meeting minutes. If everybody who was here, they signed into the website of the link that was sent to you. The minutes and the financial report were both available for download on the website. I need a call for an approval of the minutes. You'll have to either unmute yourself, or you'll have to type it into the chat function.
I'll make a motion.
So when motions are made, can you please give your name, because I can't just put motion. I have to have a name attached to that.
Mitch Burcham.
Ann Herring.
So we have a motion made to accept the business meeting minutes by Mitch Burcham and a second by Ann. Okay, so how we're going to do voting on this, whoever's still watching, use the chat feature, and I need a number of ayes and a number of nays in the chat feature. So all in favor, type into your chat feature.
Y'all aren't on, right? Folks.
And if you're still typing, that's fine. And any votes against this, type nay. And I'm not seeing any updates there. So continue to type if you wish. Jay, I'll let you go back on that and try to count those up. But I did not see any nays, so I'm guessing motion is passed. All right, next up is the 2020 financial report. Again, you can find this on the website. I need a motion to accept the 2020 financial report as it is on the website.
Betsy Hudson, motion to accept.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. I need a second. Looks like Luz Grant typed it in. Motion. There you go. Your choice there, Jay. All right. Any discussion? on the financial report? You can unmute yourself if you wish to speak. All right, hearing no discussion. All in favor, type aye. And all those opposed, type nay. All right, not seeing any nays, so we're going to say that that motion is passed. All right, committee reports. The annual meeting committees, I'm going to start with the go-to meeting overview. Charles, if you want to chime up for that one, that was, I think you're the biggest portion of this.
Yeah. I thought, what do you want me to do? Oh, go-to meeting overview?
Yeah, how did
I thought it went well.
overview?
I thought it went really well. I mean, you know, this is our first time, considering it being our first time. I think everybody did well. There's a few hiccups there, but we were able to do some plan Bs and plan Cs and plan Ds. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Went pretty well. I don't know if everybody else seems like they had a good time too. The people that were leaving the chats and leaving the actual go-to meeting, the meeting and the conference said they had a good time. So I feel like it was a success.
And I think at one point in time, I saw as many as, I think, 80-some attendees. And that's not including the ones that have rooms with multiple attendees in the room.
Yeah, I think attendance was really well. It went really well.
Yeah. And sorry, Josh, no door prizes this year. But if you wish to purchase a $9 mask, you get a free mug. So, you know, one purchase, two prizes. All right, so the program and the agenda, that was on me this year. I think the program went really well. I had no problems hardly whatsoever finding speakers, which was kind of a surprise because I think a lot of us were either partly on mosquito control or 25% on mosquito control. The rest of it was COVID. So I think barring or taking into all that, I think the program was pretty easy to put together. I'll sneak in a little reminder here that if you do want to talk about that, fill out the survey on the website, and there should be a portion on speakers on there. So light me up. 2022 meeting. Do you want to talk on that, Charles?
Sure. We have things in the works. Hopefully by that time we should be able to meet face to face. So we'll have an in-person meeting. We will be at the Newport News Marriott. And it would be the dates of January 24 to 27, 24 being the setup day. Other than that, I think we're getting everything pretty much in line. I know there's some issues that I've raised with Newport News about some payment, but I think that's clear, getting cleared up soon. And, I'll update the executive board when those things come through. And I think the last things that we'll need to vote on for the 22 meeting, and I guess this bleeds into the local committee, the meeting was a local arrangements committee. So this bleeds into that, and we would just need to finalize, food and breaks and snacks and whatnot. But otherwise, everything is pretty much a go after pending Newport News' response to me, and all of the final paperwork and payments are in place. So
awesome. All right, next is audit committee. Jay, or actually, I guess it would be Mitch.
It's Mitch Burcham. Yep. I'm the president of the audit committee. We did the audit on January 25th. Everything looked good. There was no problems. I just want to thank Jay for his meticulous records. Made our job easy, and I just appreciate all his help and all that he does with taking care of the money. As what I've seen while he's been there, everything is meticulous and very well done.
Awesome. And anybody who needs to see the audit report, it is also available on that link getting into the 2021 meeting. Bylaws Committee, I believe that is Jay.
So with Bylaws Committee 2020, there was nothing really finalized to change or to be talked about. For 2021, I think there's a couple different topics that are going to be talked about. And so I would tell the membership to kind of be on the lookout for some potential things that might be changing. For people that feel that other things need to be changed, I mean, get a hold of me and bring these up or bring it to the board, and this is kind of how things can start. And then, as usual, that book of protocols. So if you're becoming a new committee member, a new committee chair, this is a great place to look at what that committee is supposed to do. What are your duties supposed to be? How have people done these things in the past? Both the bylaws and the book of protocols are found on the website. So you can look at them at any time.
Awesome. I'm trying to keep up with the chat feature too. John Miller, if you want double door prizes, you'll have to show up and wait. So to find that out. The surveys, when are the last day to turn in the surveys and the committee sheets? I would say that we'll probably have it up for the rest of the week. Karen, are you on? Can you speak on that? If there's is there a time frame that you have to have the surveys done on?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I can have it up as long as you want it up, and just let me know when you're ready to have it taken down.
Okay, we'll leave it up for the rest of the week for those that need a little time to figure it out. Special Awards Committee, which is Cabrera.
Tim, can I jump in on that? Instead of kind of leaving that open, are we going to have an actual date for when they should be due and when it's being taken off?
Oh, leave it open. Okay, so let's say it is due no later than January 29th, 2020, 5 p.m.
2021.
2021, sorry. Stuck in the past. Don't want to relive that year. All right, Special Awards Committee, is Jennifer on?
I'm here.
Welcome.
Hi, I just want to let you guys know to start getting ready to start nominations for this upcoming year. We did not do the awards this year since we weren't in person, but we're going to start that again, hopefully in 2022. So everyone start rounding up ideas of people that they want to nominate and start writing their paperwork up and getting all their information together, and look for a reminder in the fall skater to get the nominations in.
Awesome. All right, moving on, we have the Education Committee. Is Lisa in the room? Since I'm guessing I haven't heard from her, I'm guessing she is not in the room. I do know that we did have to cancel the recertification this year. And we are, I believe, Jay, well, how about this? We'll hold off on the ID course. I don't think that's going to happen this year due to COVID still being an issue right now. But I would say stay tuned to the VMCA website for more information on additional training that might come up in the future. Nominations Committee, that is LaToya.
I would like to thank everybody that helped out. Thank you.
All right. Do we have, let's see, that's election results are later on. Okay. All right. just throwing it out there for nominations. Next year, you need to get in contact with Andy Lima. He will be in charge. He will be the chair of the nominations committee. So if anybody's interested in joining the board for 2022, please email Andy and let him know you're interested, and that'll start that process. All right, elections committee, which is Andy. Am I getting mixed up here, Jay?
Andy is, but I believe Penny is also on that committee, so I think that would be a good way to go.
All right, Penny, are you available to speak on that? All right, looks like.
Oh, Penny's chiming in through chat.
Oh, chat. Okay, I knew I should have my chat up there. All right, election went well. 46 votes received. So thank you for all who voted. It's actually probably pretty in line with the standard amount of votes that we get. I'd love to see more. So next year we have additional people. Members this year. I think we actually, did we break a record, Jay? I know I'm skipping over to membership committee, but I guess I'll wait. All right, so 46 votes received, so that's fantastic. I'll leave that up there. Historical committee, that would be me. I don't have anything to report really right now. I will be working with Charles. I'm hoping to have a room available to us during the 75th meeting anniversary, a small room off to the side that will have a lot of the historical items that I've collected over the last couple of years to kind of give us a glimpse in the past. If we can't get that room, I'll figure something out. But yeah, it's 75 years for VMCA next year, and that's a pretty big milestone. So I wanted to do something with all of the items that I received because I got some pretty cool stuff. But yeah, if anybody else is interested in sorting through this stuff with me, feel free to join my committee. And it's quite a bit of stuff, so I could use all the help I can get if anybody's interested.
Can I chime in there, Tim?
Absolutely.
So next year you will be president, and so you will not be committee of any chair. So it would be a really good idea to get somebody that wants to chair that historical committee and help out that way. I know that that's been your baby for a lot of years.
Yep. So there you go. I need some people to join in on the historical committee so I could step away. At least temporarily, anyway. Information social media committee. That would be Karen and Rachel. I don't know if is Rachel or Karen. I know Karen's on here.
I'm gonna let Rachel talk if she wants to. I know she does like most of the work in terms of the Skeeter. If she doesn't want to say anything, then I'll chime in.
You guys hear me? I'm not sure if my mic is working.
I can barely hear you, but I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Karen, you want to talk about it. I just wanted to thank everybody that submitted articles to the Skeeter. We have the winter edition coming up here in the next, I think our deadline should be in the next few weeks. So I don't know, Karen, you want to speak?
Yeah, nothing really to say, just basically mirroring what Rachel just said. Thank you for all the submissions. It would really help to have more people sending stuff in. It's kind of like pulling teeth every quarter to get stuff out of everybody. So sorry for the pestering emails if you've gotten some of those from me. But yeah, the more contributions we get, the better it makes that newsletter for everyone. So please continue send stuff in, and yeah, that's all we have.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll move on to membership committee. That would be Jay.
Yeah, so this year surprised me. I was thinking with the way we're going about things with a virtual conference, that we wouldn't get the membership, or at least, with the whole registration thing. I was thinking numbers would be lower. But thank you to everybody. We have 167 members right now, and probably like almost 10 of them signed up while the conference was going on. So yeah, like I feel like we're usually around 150, so I feel like this tops the normal years that I've seen. Some jurisdictions like York got about 23 members on the books, and then Virginia Beach got a big chunk. It's those definitely helped, and thank you to everyone.
Yeah, that's good. That's fantastic. So I guess something to do with merchandise orders. Looks like Penny. Oh, this is Penny. That's why. Merchandise committee. All right. So she said merchandise orders for Central and Northern Virginia should be turned in ASAP. I'm actually going to be delivering them to those locations in large chunks. So people who want to order and don't want to pay the shipping, you can actually pick it up kind of local, depending on where you are in the state at certain spots, free of charge. And we will have that information to you. Penny, do we have a date that you were looking at for getting them to those places? I know we were talking about after the meeting, but I didn't know if you had like an actual hard date on the calendar for those deliveries. I would say sometime in the beginning of March. So yeah, within the next 2 weeks, or not March, February, sorry. So if you want to place an order for the face masks, please do so ASAP. That way we kind of know how many to send up to those specific areas. And then I'll make that drop. So that's that.
I don't know if this is a good time. I know, have the speakers been notified that they're getting masks and any kind of details there?
I have not. I was going to shoot out an email after the meeting, just getting the information to the ones that I have to actually send out. The local speakers are easy enough to get a hold of. Photography committee, which is Janice. I saw her say something earlier. Oh, photography committee. Janice says, as you know, it was hard to take pictures for all the virtual meeting. Very small amount of pictures I have will be put up on the Google Drive. Any pictures anyone took can be added to the Google Drive or sent to her at janice.pulver@yorkcounty.gov. She is stepping down from the chair position, but she will still be on the committee. So if anybody wants to step in as the photography committee chair, please, once again, fill out that committee chair or committee sheet. And I will be getting back with all the people who want to be on the committees, and we'll figure all that out. Public relations, this is Ryan Levering. Is he still on? I know you were on earlier.
Hey, yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. You have anything for us for public relations?
I just wanted to touch real quick on the governor's proclamation for this year. The timeline for that, usually we would send that out in late March, early April. So I did so in late March, early April, and if everyone remembers, that was kind of when things were hitting the fan. So I received a confirmation that the governor, I guess, received a request for the proclamation, but afterwards I kind of had issues getting in touch with anybody to confirm that it happened. So hopefully going forward, we don't have any issues with that, but it seemed like everything else went as normal. So that's all I've got.
Awesome, thank you. Technical support committee, that's back to you, Charles.
Sorry, guys. I did all this year. I don't know. This was fun. I actually did have fun setting this all up together, but it did take a lot of work. It was tedious to get the go-to meeting together, and I think I had a lot of support. Tim, Jay, Karen, we pulled a lot of things and strings together. So I thought it went really well, based on, having to make it, turn it into what it is today. I know it was only, 2 half days, but I think it really, really did go well. Of course, you're gonna have your issues, and I think that we powered through them and we're able to do what we needed to do to get it done. And I think that the people that were speaking were more than happy to speak, because I know that speaking engagements and sharing information is probably a little less. Actually, I don't know. It could be more because it's easier to do presentations like this. But now that we have the experience to do it, we know that we can do it more. I did enjoy seeing people from out of state present. That was really cool. So now that we've done that as well, it seems like if we wanted to do webinars throughout the season and people were interested, to set something up, to get a small symposium together, to call some people to get things set up, I don't think it would be that hard to do. I think it would be interesting to have a local, organization like us or a state organization like us do some small webinars just to spread our information, or even get other information that we need or seek. Or now I know that we've been doing a lot of pesticide resistance testing in a lot of different areas. We could have other people talk about that, So I don't know. I just think that it opens up a lot of possibilities, and I was glad to do it, and I'm glad it turned out well.
Yeah, I mean, it really did turn out really well. I hate to say I had kind of expectations going in, but it exceeded all expectations that I had. And once again, I want to really thank Jay, Charles, and Karen for the last minute support putting this thing together. It's really on. I feel like it was on Charles and me a lot to kind of put this together. But everybody kind of came together right there at the last minute, and Karen did such a phenomenal work last second on the website, and it looks great. It works great. And with that, I'll call on Karen to talk about website committee.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So yeah, the website I think is working really great. When it crashed a couple of years ago, it was a little bit stressful. So thank you to the board for going through with this new option that I found, and I think it's been really great. It's still a lot of work, but it's a lot more user friendly. It's really easy to get pretty much everything that we need all up there. So I hope everyone has been able to explore a little bit. I know the hidden page was kind of a separate link, but there's a lot of other features up there on the website if you click through the navigation menu. And if you see something that is a problem, feel free to contact me. It's really easy for me to get in there and fix whatever needs fixing. Or if you see something or you don't see something that you want to see, let me know, and I can always add it. And with that, I will hopefully be able to upload all the presentations, or at least that people are willing and wanting to share. So I'm going to be sending an email out hopefully later today to all the speakers, asking you for your presentations in PDF format. If you can't send it in PDF format, that's fine. You can send it in PowerPoint or Google Slides, whatever format that you have it in, and I can convert it for you. If you get like a file kickback because the file is too large or something like that, you can always send it to my personal Gmail that I will also put in that email. And if you need time to, add things or take out proprietary information, that kind of thing, take your time. No rush on that. And I think that's everything. I don't think I have anything else to add.
Awesome. And yeah, again, great job on the website. It looks fantastic. Student competition committee, that would be back to Jay.
Yeah, so I'm going to start off. My name's been thrown out here for helping out with this online meeting. I didn't do anything. All I did was sit here and say what needed to be done. Like, the parts, like reminding about people the parts. Tim and Charles definitely by far are the ones that, you know, it was on their shoulders and they did a great job. Karen, the website, you know, awesome. So student competition this year, we still had a poster competition, which was great. We had the winner. Hopefully everyone saw the presentation. We will be taking that poster off the website on Friday just because of you know, unpublished data. We don't want to have it. The author does not want it to be out there for everyone to see until it's been published. Totally understand. And then Tour de Skeeter last year. It was Tour de Skeeter was postponed a couple times for different reasons. Weather was the last one, and then you know, social distancing. But we finally had it. It was in October. It was great weather, and we didn't have a lot of people, but you know, that kind of makes sense. All in all, we made $170, and so, but we had, you know, not only the help from people registering, but then we had 4 vendors, and so thank you to everyone that helped out here. Next year, we're going to attempt the same. We're going to try it in June, as the different slide was saying, and then hopefully all goes well, and we'll, you know, keep this trend going. Thank you to my committee. I know it's been a weird year. Hopefully we will get back to normal.
Jay, sorry to interrupt you. I'm curious about this hike you've got planned, or who planned that hike?
Yeah, so I am setting up so nothing to do with student competition, but just a social gathering, social group of sorts. So the 20th of February, thinking about going to Coal Mountain and doing a hike on that Saturday. So if you are interested, Dr. Gaines, email me and I will put you on the list. And then everyone else, if you're interested in that or the virtual book club, please email me and get on the list, and we'll hopefully get together. I get it, it's cold outside, but actually the cold is the greatest time to hike because you're not sweating hardcore. But, you know, we'll do some hikes in the winter, we'll do some hikes in the spring, we'll do some hikes in the summer and fall. That's it. That's all I got.
All year round. Love it. All right. So last but not least, the group representatives. MAMCA is up first. That would be you, Betsy.
Okay. Yes. So, Tim, what are we going to talk about?
I don't know.
I'm letting Dr. Gaines do his thing. We're going to have to discuss that. So MAMCA, I am finishing my 3 years and put out an email. Jeff Hottenstein graciously responded saying that he would like to do it, but I think it would be kind of neat if we could kind of have somebody do it every 3 years, only because it's really a great, you know, not somebody do it like 5, you know, year times in a row or whatever, just because it's a great way to meet the other people in the state. And so it's, I mean, I would do it again. However, I think that it should go out to like more people. I think more people should experience. It's really a great organization, great people. And then, you know, we have our meeting coming up in February, my birthday week, right, Tim?
Yes.
So
February,
it's the
February 17th and 18th.
17th and 18th.
It will be virtual. It is free of charge.
Yeah.
And information will be on the website.
Yes, and it is I think it's going to be a good program, so I really encourage everybody to do it. And definitely after Jeff finishes his 3 years, you should really consider it because it's a great group of people. Really, really is. Okay, what else?
And last but not least, the meeting in 2022.
For MAMCA is going to be in Wilmington.
No. Rohibith Beach, Delaware.
Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, not Wilmington, Delaware, sorry. Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, which I would like to go. So I'm going to try to get to that one. That one's going to be a good one. So basically it was like Virginia, you know, we had it for this year and then COVID. And so we're going to do it there. And it actually looks like a really neat place. So that information is on the website. And I'm sure there's a link from Virginia to NEMCA. So really, really looking forward to it.
All right, fantastic. TMVCC rep, that would be, well, I don't know. Is it Mitch or Ann?
I think it's Ann. Mitch. Oops.
Come on, Mike.
I hear you, Mitch.
It looks like you muted yourself again.
Oh, try again.
It's a delicate touch, Mitch.
Still no word from you, Mitch.
Just touch it. There you go. You're on. Don't touch it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Mitch Burcham again. I was president of the non-existent TMVCC this year. As you know, because of COVID, TMVCC took a major hit. We had no meetings because there was just no way to meet and do it legally. So I'm rotating off, and as you've seen several times, we do need desperately a secretary for the TMVCC. I would really impress on you to get involved. If you are new to the VMCA and you want to kind of get in, and this is a great way to get into the VMCA and see how it works. The two folks that are going to be running TMVCC this year, Ann Herring and Luz Grant, they're both great people, and they're experienced, so they could bring you in under their wing and show you how it all works. And it's a great thing. So please, we just need a secretary. So please, somebody step up. Hopefully this in 2021, things will loosen up and we can get back to normal and have some meetings. That's yet to see, but just watch your emails. Emails will come out about the meetings and if there will be one and where, and hopefully we'll get to see everybody again at a TMVCC meeting this year.
Absolutely.
I just want to say I enjoyed. This is probably the second or third time I've worked on the TMVCC, and I enjoyed it, and I appreciate all the help that I got. This year there wasn't much to do, but in years past, it was a really good experience. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mitch. All right. Next up is Trask. Is Janice available? Oh, Janice texted. Said Trask did well with this last meeting. It was completely virtual. Trask is probably going to be held online for the first meeting of 2021. Would like to include Henrico and Northern Virginia cities. Again, take a look out for the email for anyone who needs any more information. Sorry about that. All right. Unfinished business. Is there any unfinished business that needs to be said? Use the chat feature or unmute yourself. Anything at all? All right. I'll get out of that. New business election results. I'm guessing Penny probably is the one for that. Penny, are you still online?
She may be currently typing.
Okay. I'm just making sure everybody can still hear me.
Still hear you.
The suspense is.
Really? So exciting.
Yeah. It's like.
Did I get voted out?
It's like a Pink Floyd song.
Kind of need this part. I think this is what everybody was waiting on, right?
Oh yeah, the excitement of the business meeting.
All right, so Jay, what's the?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have access to any of this. It's all Penny at this moment. So, you know, Luce. I assume Luce is in the same office with her, but actually it's after 10, so Penny might be at home. I'm not sure. Maybe someone can text her and ask her to chime in.
I will text her right now. All right, the text is out. Now it's just the drum roll. Oh, wait a minute. There's a new chat. Luz says she is teleworking. So there's that. I texted Penny. We'll see if we can get the results in there. Is there any other new business while we wait for the one answer we've been waiting for?
No, but I want to compliment Karen on how fantastic her kids were. I wouldn't even known she had kids doing the presentation. They were amazing. You know what? They can turn out to be so good sometimes when you really want them to be, though. They're angels. They were perfect.
Thanks. I do actually want to ask, I'm not sure if this will need a board vote, and this is probably more Charles' question, but creating he's been recording the GoToMeeting and putting it online. Obviously, I won't be able to upload that large of a file to the website, but being that VMCA has a Gmail account, it's linked with YouTube, so I don't know how VMCA feels about, making a library of videos using YouTube. I feel like that's probably the only way we're going to be able to link to the videos of GoToMeeting.
Yeah, I think it's like a 400 meg file. So I'm not sure what can happen, but yeah, I tried to record the whole thing in the beginning. I don't know, it's a little hairy with the recording. I know that it was having some issues, just me clicking on it and recording. So I think the first presentation of each day is either half or not there. So we'll see what we can do. There's probably times we might be able to edit it as well, because it's just an MP4. So I just have to go into some kind of video editing just to pull out different segments if that's how we want it. Or if we just want it to be one whole thing, we could do that as well. Just label one day one, label the other one day two. Just not sure. So, yeah.
As a board member, I don't see a real need to have a vote to have a YouTube account or anything like that. I mean, I think if it tied into, I was kind of over listening to the conversation earlier between Karen and Charles, and it kind of sounded like it would fall in the website / information / tech kind of committees. So if you guys kind of talked amongst yourselves to see who it would fall under and whose duties it would be. I mean, as the person currently that's in charge of the website, I'll I can help out and see what kind of connection there is between YouTube and the Gmail account. But I don't see a need for unless somebody had someone had an issue with this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because Google owns YouTube, you already basically have a YouTube account. You just have to log in for VMCA. And then you just create a YouTube account. And then we could just place videos up. I mean, even stuff like, I don't know, like Levy's stuff with Aedes. I don't know if that was Pablo. With Aedes, if they have any short videos, that could be interesting just to see what's happening there. And what kind of short content everyone is using. That could be placed on the VMCA YouTube. Just for more content, more viewers, and just to see like what kind of response we get from people. So it could be interesting.
So as secretary, I will log into and see what little details I have to do, and then I'll talk with the two of you, Karen and Charles, and then pass along the account information and let you guys go to town.
10-4.
Cool.
All right. I have the election results. They were emailed to me. So let's see. President Tim Dubois was voted in with 95% of the vote. President-elect Wes Robertson was voted in as 97% of the vote. Elizabeth Hodgson, Vice President, was voted in with 97%. And the first Vice President with a total of 54%, so it was a really close vote. The first Vice President is Francis Valera.
I would have been really unhappy if it had only been 40% since there was nobody running against me. So I'm feeling really good at 97%. Woo!
I got 95, so I mean, don't feel too bad.
Woo!
Congratulations, Francis.
Yes, congratulations, everyone.
All right. Is there any other new business? All right. I'm not hearing any other new business. We've already made a bunch of announcements. Are there any other announcements that need to be made? Not hearing anything. So we will, I need a motion to adjourn.
Well, so usually this is the time where the gavel is passed. I get it that Andy is not here to pass that gavel, but man, we got an echo. I don't know what the that's irritating me now. I guess I will end the meeting. I don't know what else to do, but thank you and welcome to the new position on the board, Tim, as president.
Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you. Since I'm talking, I'm assuming you can actually see my screen since I'm talking. And this is the plaque that will be sent to. Oh, I guess you can't. You have to switch it over to see who's talking. But anyway, I have a plaque. It's wonderful. I'm going to deliver it to Andy Lima when I make my trip up to Northern Virginia to drop off the masks, and I will get the gavel then. So appreciate everything. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn.
I will make.
Tim, you should.
Jay Kaiser will make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah. I agree with Karen. Tim, don't forget to get a picture of you guys passing the gavel and the plaque to him. All right.
Here he is. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations, Tim.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to jump out.
Wait, I think we just had a second to that motion.
And Hearing seconds the motion.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. Motion is passed. Thank you all. See you next year.
Right on.
Great meeting, guys. Y'all did a good job. Thanks.
Thank you.